evening. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Landman,
Here.
Councilmember DeBala,
Present.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Here.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Here.
Councilmember Honzak,
Present.
Councilmember Wesselak.
Here.
Good evening, everyone. Apologize for the delay. It is budget season, and usually with budget season, there's just a lot of math that has to happen in real time, so forgive me. So this evening, we will have, for the record, introduction of the Montgomery College Scholarship recipients. We will also have our legislative update this evening, followed by the readout of two closed session summaries from April the 13th and April the 21st. In terms of discussions this evening, the first will be a presentation on the compensation and classification study, and then we will proceed with our budget work sessions dealing with budget reconciliation number 3. In terms of upcoming agenda items, on next Wednesday, April the 29th, there will be a proclamation in recognition of Bike Month, in recognition of Bike Month. We will have a few work sessions that evening. The first is the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority reauthorization. The second is a one-year extension of the contract with Barbicane Thornton and Company, LLP. Then there's the designation of the University of Vermont Spatial Analyses Laboratory as a sole source for the procurement of a tree canopy analysis. On Wednesday, May the 6th, the council will meet at its normal time of 7:30. We will have a pretty robust voting session. The first is a resolution identifying FY27 traffic calming and sidewalk projects. The second is a first reading ordinance adopting the FY27 tax rates. Third is the first reading ordinance adopting the FY27 stormwater management budget, followed by the first reading ordinance adopting the FY27 budget. Then there is the single reading ordinance authorizing the execution of a contract with Barbicane Thornton and Company, LLP, and a first reading ordinance of the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority reauthorization. We will also have a resolution approving the sole source designation of the University of Vermont Spatial Analysis Laboratory for a tree canopy analysis. On Wednesday, May the 13th, the council will meet at its normal time of 7:30. We will begin with a presentation from MHP on Edinburgh House. We will then have continued voting sessions. The first is the second reading ordinance adopting the FY27 tax rates, the second reading ordinance adopting the FY27 stormwater management budget, the second reading ordinance adopting the FY27 budget, and the last item is the second reading of the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority reauthorization. On Wednesday, May the 20th, we'll start at 7:30, and right now, our item is a presentation on the quarterly financial report for the third quarter, January the 1st through March the 31st, 2026. With that, we are going to move to our recognition this evening. We are excited as a city to be able to offer scholarships to Montgomery College students from the city of Tacoma Park as part of our annual budget process. And so this year we have a number of our spring 2026 scholarship recipients here today. All are City of Tacoma Park residents and have a grade point average of 2.5 or higher. In addition, 4 of the students are participants in the Achieving Collegiate Excellence and Success program, or the ACES program, and all are first-year recipients of the scholarship. And please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. I apologize in advance. So first we have Filipos Halimarim is majoring in business. Eden Mesfin is majoring in business. Arlen Gomez Mija is majoring in general studies, SSHA. Genesis Ramirez Medina is majoring in pre-radiologic tech, and Michael Sorto Mendoza is majoring in pre-radiologic tech. In prior years, we've always had the opportunity to have the students or the scholarship recipients to come to our council meetings to either join us virtually or in person. And if you wouldn't mind, those scholarship recipients that are here, if you wouldn't mind standing, do we have them here? Awesome. Thank you so much. We are so proud of you, and we're going to have you come on the stage to take a picture with the council. Yes, we're going to embarrass you like that right now. Come on up. Come on up. Thank you all so much for coming out, and congratulations again on your scholarship award. Next, I am going to go, do we have our legislative advocate, Nancy Cott? Wonderful. We are going to have our legislative update, or should I say our legislative closeout this evening. Our advocate, Ann Seacott, is joining us this evening. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. My apologies for doing this from my car. I misjudged timing of things and I thought I'd be home in front of my computer by now, so my apologies. So wrapping up the session, it was a bit difficult. There were difficult budget times, budget picture this session, but some good work happened. And top of the list is the $500,000 bond initiative that the District 20 team was able to secure for the city for the Metropolitan Branch Trail. Congratulations on that. There were quite a number of positive bills related to immigration to protect our immigrant neighbors and also hold law enforcement accountable. So there were actually a handful of bills that passed to do that the city had supported. On local revenue, the Maryland Municipal League's priority piece of legislation this session to create a task force to examine and make recommendations on local authority to raise revenue passed. And that will have a report by the end of the year to hopefully influence legislation next year. With the broad topic of housing, there was a lot of activity, and that was a bit of a mixed bag in terms of the outcomes. There were some tenant protection bills that passed. The major priority for the city of Tacoma Park, the good cause eviction legislation, passed the House, which was really great, thanks to Delegate Janelle Wilkins, who's been a longtime champion, and also some thanks, of course, to Delegate Lori Charkoudian, who's the vice chair of the committee that now has the housing issues, which was new this year. So it unfortunately continues to face a significant barrier in the Senate for passage. So we'll have to come back with that one. There were also bills that passed related to housing development that should help streamline and remove some barriers related to the development of affordable housing. With regard to the environment and energy, that was also a mixed bag. There was a lot of focus, especially toward the end of session, on the big comprehensive Utility Relief Act. And that will provide some savings to consumers, but it also comes at the cost of some delays that will happen in progress toward meeting greenhouse emissions goals. I want to say that the District 20 team, the City of Tacoma Park and the entirety of District 20 is very lucky to have the kind of representation that we have in Annapolis. We have the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, Janelle Wilkins, the vice chair of the House Economic Matters Committee, Lori Charkoudian, House Majority Leader, David Moon, and the chair of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee, Will Smith. And so you all have some incredible leadership, talent, and commitment to the values and the people of Tacoma Park. And they really did show up for everybody this legislative session. So we certainly want to make sure they get a great deal of thanks and gratitude for the things that were able to happen. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Well, I just want to say thank you so much, Anne, for all of the hard work that you have put in with making sure we are a very ambitious community when it comes to all of the work that we put in Annapolis. And Anne is constantly working to ensure that we're able to meet the mark, not only bringing information to us, but also making sure that we feel comfortable when we're in Annapolis and have to navigate the General Assembly for testimony. Also, again, want to reiterate my appreciation for our working group, Council members Landman, DeBala, and Wesolek for all of the work that they've done, and also our staff. Deputy Chief Philippos has been in Annapolis a lot this session, and we are really appreciative of all of our staff that have reviewed bills and provided feedback and gone down to Annapolis in support of making sure that we're able to make progress on our respective legislative efforts. Council Member Schlegel.
I just wanted to thank you for all of your work and also thank our working group on the council. And I will encourage residents to, I will pass all this information along to residents in my ward and also encourage them to thank our D20 team.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions for Anne? All right. Thank you, Anne, and we will be chatting again when it's time for LARs for MML.
And coming up soon.
Coming
Y'all
up
have a good
very
evening.
soon. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Okay, so our next items this evening are closed session summaries. So on Monday, April the 13th, 2026, the City Council convened at 6:30 p.m. in the auditorium of the Tacoma Park Community Center, 7500 Maple Avenue, to vote to go into closed session to meet with staff and the city's labor attorney to receive a briefing and legal advice on collective bargaining negotiations with ASME Local 3399 and UFCW Local 400. The meeting was closed pursuant to Annotated Code of Maryland General Provisions Article 3-305B9, which permits a meeting to be closed to discuss matters related to collective bargaining negotiations, and 3-305B7, which permits a meeting to be closed to consult with counsel to receive legal advice. Councilmember Wesolek moved to close the meeting. Councilmember Gilbert seconded the motion. The motion carried. Voting for the motions, Mayor Searcy and Councilmembers DeBala, Schlegel, Gilbert, Honzek, and Wesolek. Councilmember Landman was absent for the vote. The council reconvened in the hydrangea room. Present for the closed meeting were Mayor Searcy, Councilmembers Landman on Zoom, DeBala, Schlegel, Gilbert, Honzek, and Wesolek. Also present were City Manager DeSpirito, Deputy City Manager Hupty, Human Resources Director Halstead, Labor Attorney Garrett Wozniak on Zoom, and City Clerk Carpenter. The council received a privileged and confidential briefing on negotiations. No actions or votes were taken. The meeting was adjourned at approximately 7:40 p.m. Following the closed session, the council reconvened in the auditorium. On Tuesday, April the 21st, 2026, the City Council convened at 6:38 p.m. in the auditorium of the Tacoma Park Community Center, 7500 Maple Avenue, to vote to go into closed session to discuss matters related to the audit concerning the events given rise to the litigation known as Cooper v. City of Tacoma Park. The meeting was closed pursuant to Annotated Code of Maryland, General Provisions, Article 3-305B1, to discuss personnel matters that affect one or more specific individuals, and 3-305B7, which permits a meeting to be closed to consult with counsel to receive legal advice. Councilmember Honzak moved to close the meeting. Councilmember Gilbert seconded the motion. The motion carried. Voting for the motion, Mayor Searcy and Councilmembers DeBala, Schlegel, Gilbert, Honzak, and Wesselek. Councilmember Landman was absent for the vote. Well, you were not, but you were not absent for the vote. You were not the second one. We need to make sure that we correct that. Councilmember Landman was for the vote, was there for the vote. The council reconvened in the council conference room. Present for the closed meeting were Mayor Searcy, council members Landman, DeBala, Schlegel, Gilbert, Honzak, and Wesselek. Also present were City Manager DeSpirito, Human Resources Director Halstead, City Clerk Carpenter, City Attorney Cornbrooks on Zoom, and Labor Attorney Wozniak on Zoom. The council asked for and received legal advice regarding the confidential and privileged aspects of the audit report, the confidential and privileged aspects of the underlying subject matter and related matters, and had discussion related to the same with the involvement of council for the purposes of deciding how best to proceed with a public-facing report. The meeting was adjourned at 10:05 p.m. Okay. Next up, we have general public comments this evening. Just as a reminder, I am asking for people to be civil, no cheering, no booing, no swearing. When you come up, you'll have 3 minutes. Just give your name and where you live in the city. Your ward is fine if you know it. And we will open the floor. Are there any general public comments this evening? Come on down.
Peter Friedrich, Rockville. There are people living in Montgomery County who fled the violence that the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and its network carry out in India. Muslims and Christians who survived pogroms, and Sikhs and Dalits targeted for who they are, and some moved here because Tacoma Park calls itself a sanctuary city and a community of belonging and promised them safety. And what they found is the county executive this city built has spent years welcoming the American wing of the same organization into public schools and libraries and onto the podium next to him. Earlier this month, Montgomery County canceled an event at Germantown Library after a coalition exposed that it was backed by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America. County Executive Mark Elrich agreed to keynote it, even though he had been warned about this organization for years by civil rights groups and community members who told him exactly what VHPA is and where its money goes and what its parent does in India. Even though he was warned, he issued a county commendation at a VHPA event celebrating a temple built on the ruins of a demolished mosque. That is the pattern your county executive chose. If a white supremacist organization showed up at your county library to host an event and got the county executive and 2 council members to stand at the podium, what would you do? You would burn the phone lines down and you would demand resignations and you would never let it happen again. But a Hindu supremacist organization did exactly that, and the man who sat on this council for 19 years showed up with a smile and a commendation, and the only difference is that most Americans don't yet know what Hindutva is. Yet the people in this county who fled it know exactly what it is. The people who fled are not the only ones who see it. Raja Karapaneni is a Hindu resident of Tacoma Park who publicly opposed the VHPA library event, and the coalition documenting VHPA's ties to its violent parent is led by Hindus for human rights, and the Hindu community is leading the fight against what the VHPA actually is. Not a religious organization, but a violent political movement that uses religion as a cover and cultural programming as a door into public institutions with political access as their ultimate goal, something they achieved when they hooked Mark Elrich. Tacoma Park declared itself a nuclear-free zone and a sanctuary city and a community of belonging, and you built a reputation as the conscience of this county, and you exported Mark Elrich to the county executive's office on that reputation. He is yours, what he does reflects on you, and what he has done is open the door to an organization whose parent has burned churches and demolished mosques and massacred thousands of Muslims and Christians, and continues to platform speakers in this country who call for the elimination of Muslims, speakers indicted for inciting violence, banned from other countries as too dangerous to enter, and calling for the economic boycott of Muslims. And VHBA brings them here, and nobody stops them. Elrich opened the door to that organization from the office that you built for him. You call yourselves a sanctuary city, but a sanctuary that does not check who's walking through the door and does not care when someone tells them is not a sanctuary, it is a room. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sophia. I am from Ward 3, and I'm here today to share some updates from the Tacoma Park Youth Council. So just to start us off, the Tacoma Park Youth Council has been working on a World Cup soccer tournament just as a fun way for the youth to come together. This event will primarily target students in grades 6 to 8 with a designated time for parents and teachers to participate as well. We are exploring the use of the Lee Jordan Field, though the location has not yet been finalized. We have also begun conducting interviews with local nonprofit organizations in collaboration with City TV. We would like to give a sincere thank you to them for their support. Our goal is to raise awareness of these organizations among the youth by showcasing young people engaging directly with community groups. 3 council members have already completed their interview, and the remaining members have scheduled theirs. The plans for the Tacoma Park Youth Council Town Hall have also been finalized. The event will take place at Montgomery Blair High School in the Media Center on May 26th from 7:45 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. We would like to thank all the council members who will be speaking. Your contributions are greatly appreciated. In addition, the Tacoma Park Youth Council is still working with the Tacoma Park Sustainability Team on the multifamily building composting initiative. We will begin outreach to school green clubs and agriculture clubs to help spread awareness. We are also addressing streetlights as part of an effort to improve community safety. A team within Tacoma Park Youth Council is currently preparing a presentation on this topic for the council and will be proposing a date soon to present. The Tacoma Park Youth Council will also be participating in this year's 4th of July parade. And just to quickly finish up, one of the Tacoma Park Youth Council members has raised a concern about a damaged sidewalk at the intersection of Ethan Allen Ave and Elm Ave. This issue is affecting a nearby school bus stop that this member goes to. And we would also like to propose the idea of planting more trees near bus stops. While trees must be placed carefully to avoid obstructing bus entries, exits, and bus signs, there are often suitable areas where they can provide shade. Tree coverage can significantly reduce temperatures at bus stops, which is especially important as we approach the summer months.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much, and thank you to our youth council. Next.
Hi, my name is Sophia Royce, and I'm a Ward 6 resident, and I'm not certain if this is for the voting comments or just general comments, or if it's together.
Yeah,
Will there
we
be
just
for
have
the
general,
voting
we won't
comments later?
have voting, we don't have voting items tonight. Let's stop our clock and run it back. We don't have any voting items tonight, so we're just doing general comments.
Okay, this is just a general comment then. Again, a Ward 6 resident, and I want to express my strong support for the Tacoma Park Police Department. I've seen firsthand the positive impact of their community-focused work, and I believe it's more important than ever in this current climate to maintain current staffing levels and provide the equipment they need to do their job safely and effectively. I support funding for items like the atrium furniture, ballistic shields, night vision technology, security cameras, and bike patrol equipment. This is very much a community-focused police force that is very rare in this country and very important at this time, especially as we see police forces being militarized. And I highly support this police department in getting what they need to do their jobs. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to present comments and also project forward what University of Maryland College Park has been doing with respect to collaboration on advanced technology acceleration initiatives with students and citizens of all age groups. And coincidentally, most of the work done this year and the previous year was completed by students who are just beginning to understand how science, technology, best practices, innovation networks can enhance their continuing education for all age groups and also reduce the risk with respect to multiple disciplines and multiple impacts. And one of those efforts was fully supported by University of Maryland Advanced Technology Acceleration Work Group. And we found students and citizens could solve problems within a few minutes that take several years for departments to overcome. And as a result, we have already established the transformative economic efficiency that is delivered based on these efforts, and we are planning to expand it. And thanks to my colleagues who brought forward what is happening in libraries, we wanted to point out that the methodology these students have implemented reduces the risk of any deviation occurring with respect to the continued efforts to enhance learning and how to bring people together so that you can express different points of views, but at the same time take into account what has happened in the past historically and move forward with respect to understanding the errors and mistakes and overcome in a peaceful and cooperative way. So it was focused on economic efficiency, but we found out whenever there is harmony, understanding between different segments of population, the economic efficiency that is projected is tremendous. And if we take into account these factors, there's very little chance that people themselves will not allow any deviation from the standards. And these standards are focused on interactive implementation, specifications, and standards. And based on the current technology level, they easily solve the problems utilizing machine learning technologies that students can use, all age groups can master very quickly, and also come to a common understanding utilizing both historic, current data, and also the projections into the future that are several years ahead. Usually we do not see them in normal circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jonathan Haynes. I am an employee of the city, a member of AFSCME Local 3399, and a citizen of Ward 4. When I spoke before the City Council this past Monday, I said that the city was saving money at the expense of its employees. I worry that by connecting this statement to our plea for fair wages, I left the impression that I was being hyperbolic or making unfair accusations. But I would like to reiterate, the city has been saving money at the expense of its employees. Part of the reason it has been able to, or forced to, is because the finance department has been understaffed and will be once again if the former ARPA-funded position is not made permanent. Those employed by the City of Tacoma Park are entitled to enroll in a 457B deferred compensation plan, which is essentially a government employee's version of a 401k. Per the collective bargaining agreement, the city also matches up to 2% of our salary, which I am very thankful for. Now, as I understand it, it is typical for employers to pay into these types of funds once per pay period. For us, that would mean every 2 weeks when we receive our paychecks. I say would because this is not the case. Any money that the city matches is instead paid out every 6 months. That means that there is a 6-month period that we are not earning any interest, but this also means that there is a 6-month period that the city is. This city has been saving money at the expense of its employees. Now, the payout schedule is entirely up to the city to determine. It is stated nowhere in the law or in the collective bargaining agreement that this has to happen more than once per year. One of the side effects of this schedule, besides having less money when we retire, is that every 6 months, when matched money is put into our accounts, retirement accounts specifically, it is considered wages and therefore we pay taxes on it. Every 6 months, we receive a paycheck that can be $400 or $500 less than normal. For our employees living paycheck to paycheck, or those with 2 or 3 jobs, $400 is quite a dent in their budgets. When I have inquired about why the city decides to do it this way, rather than on a bi-weekly basis, as is typical, I am always met with the same responses. This is the way it's always been. It would be too difficult to switch to doing it every other week. We simply don't have the manpower to do something like that. We're already too busy. Which I will choose to believe is true, as the alternative is to believe that the city chooses not to give us the money that is, contractually speaking, ours, so that the city can instead earn interest on that money while knowing that it will make it more difficult for employees to retire. And I do not want to believe that. If the responses I've received are true, then the city simply does not have the time or personnel to do something that every other business has figured out. And how can anyone justify cutting a position from the finance department? I'm here today begging the city council to commit to make the positions formerly funded by ARPA permanent, because the city needs it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? Okay, seeing none, do we have any virtual commenters?
No.
Okay. Do we have any council comments this evening? Council comments? Councilmember Schlegel.
I know we probably have a long night ahead of us. I simply wanted to thank you, Mayor Cersei and Councilmember Dabala, for coming over to Spring Park last weekend. We had a great community event where a group of volunteers unveiled a map and guide to Wild South Tacoma, which we're hoping to spread around. And I'll bring copies to a subsequent meeting and give them out to anybody who wants one. It's a beautiful volunteer effort, and we also informally rededicated the sculpture that was created by Norm Green at the Spring. And our poet laureate, David Alberto Fernandez, read a beautiful poem. It was a wonderful spring afternoon where we all felt connected with each other and with the beautiful natural environment that we all share. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to really quickly, first thank you to the commenters, and again, congratulations on the award recipients for the scholarships from Montgomery College. I spent 3 years at Montgomery College, and that experience I consider my high school education. And we won't talk about Montgomery County high school public education back when I graduated in 1987, but that experience was really enlightening for me. So really excited for you all who are extending your education beyond high school. And thank you to everyone that came out for the Mana Food Drive on the 13th of this month. Councilmember Weslick, thank you for devoting your time. It was a good turnout, and we were able to get all the food out in a reasonable amount of time to the residents who are in need. I look forward to talking at Montgomery Blair High School on the 26th, so thank you for the invite from our youth council. I'm really excited about that. That's my alma mater. The satellite facility, Montgomery Blair High School, because I went to the real Blair High School, which is on Wayne Avenue. So, no, just a stab, I'm sorry. But no, really looking forward to that. And thanks again for the invite. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. What were you doing in high school, Councilmember Gilbert?
And where were you doing it?
We won't talk about that.
Councilmember Dabala.
I just wanted to wish everybody a happy Earth Day. I know the city had their celebration a while ago, but today happens to be the day. So that's it, and I'll save my budget comments for when we get that far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dabala. Councilmember Honzak.
Hello, and apologies for my voice. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. I'm under the weather. I'm sorry I can't be there with you for reconciliation night, but I will be online and trying my best to vote. Several quick things. One, congratulations to our scholars, and congratulations to the Youth Council that's been so very active this year. I would very much like to elevate, in particular, your request that the council and the city staff consider putting more trees near bus stops. Happy to work with the staff on thinking through that. That's a value that I share, and I'm delighted that you guys are excited about that. And let us know when the soccer cup is happening. Hopefully we can. I'm a big soccer fan. Regarding, I'm just going to speak quickly to the gentleman from, I think, Rockville. I didn't catch your name. I just want to correct the record. I do actually happen to represent Mark Elrich as a resident of Ward 5, but I want to correct the record. We do not export our leaders into county roles. They are democratically elected by the county. But our city is committed to pluralism, inclusion, and belonging, as you have indicated. Also, I want to invite everybody again. Washington Adventist University has really enthusiastically invited the community to come join them on their Green Common area this weekend on Sunday for the Family Fun Fest. It will be from 12 to 5. And I think that some of our small businesses from Ward 5 are going to be there as well. Frozen, excuse me, Frozen is playing at Blair this weekend. I hope folks can get out there and see it. And Councilmember Schlegel, I am sorry that I was out of town last weekend and couldn't make it to Wild Tacoma, but I would love to have a map and post it on the new bulletin board in Totley Fraser Park to encourage people to get out and see the city.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak, and hope you feel better. Just want to check to see if we have any other council comments. Okay, all right. Well, I want to thank everyone that came out tonight to provide comments, especially our youth. I consider the college students youth as well. Thank you all so much for coming out, and I definitely look forward to the great things that you all will be doing in your careers in the future, and stay committed and focused on getting out. I also want to thank our Youth Council for continuing to work and come up with new ideas and ways to engage the youth in our community. It is really, 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 it instills hope when we have the opportunity to hear from our young people, to see our young people do great things and really try to work to improve the community. It makes you realize that all is not lost, and we have some, because right now the times are hard, and we have a very smart, young, capable group of young people that are willing to take the mantle and continue to move forward in a spirit of service. So want to thank all of the young people that are here tonight. I appreciate the comments that have been made. I do want to echo Councilmember Honzak's point that this is its own council. We do not cherry pick who makes their way into the county, nor do we regulate their calendar. So it is, while the feedback was received, it is not something that we, as a council, has an ability to control. And I also want to thank those that came out and provided comments on the budget and comments on student learning and ways in which communities can engage students to help with things like machine learning and the like. It is very, very helpful to hear from our residents. It's very helpful to hear from our staff as we continue to deliberate on the budget. I will always say the budget is, I would say, the bane of my family's existence. They hate budget season because they're either going to hear about the budget or I'm not going to be around because of the budget. So I just know that it is something that I personally take very seriously and this council takes very seriously. Lots of things have been happening over the last few days. I want to thank Tacoma Mobilization for the Resisting ICE Lessons Learned session that happened on Sunday. It was really great. Senator Van Hollen attended, but also just so many folks from state and county offices were highlighting some of the legislative actions that have happened regarding ICE, as well as some of the things that are happening at a policy level in Congress as well. So I want to thank the organizers of that event because it was very helpful. On Tuesday, it was Tuesday, I had the opportunity to speak on a panel at the Center for American Progress. The panel was Climate Action Close to Home. I was joined by State Delegate Joe Vogel, as well as, is he a delegate or is he and the mayor of Dumfries to talk about some of the actions that different communities are doing locally regarding climate action. And I want to really thank our sustainability manager for all of the work that she has been doing. It makes talking about the things that we're doing in the city of Tacoma Park that much easier because of all of the work that Dorothy Estrada and her interns and our Director of Public Works have done. And people were really excited to hear about the work that we have ongoing in the city of Tacoma Park. I also want to announce that the Crossroads Farmers Market has started. It is in full effect. So I do want to encourage people to take some time to be able to go out and enjoy some fruits and vegetables and pupusas from the Crossroads Farmers Market, which is wonderful. And also want to, I'm looking forward to participating in the WAU Family Fun Fest this weekend. I think that'll also be something fun to participate in. Councilmember Landman?
Forgive me, Madam Mayor, for speaking out of turn. I wanted to thank the Youth Council for their efforts in Annapolis this year with their testimony in support of the Ruby Bridges Act to make Ruby Bridges Day, and to report, unfortunately, that it did not make it into passage. So let's hope that we succeed in another try next year, but your efforts were very much appreciated representing the city in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. And so with that, I'll turn things over to our City Manager DeSpirito.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, the council, and to all our guests and residents. From the Housing and Community Development Department, the city's multifamily building improvement grant program is accepting Phase 2 applications now through Thursday, April 30th. This phase is for applicants to receive partial funding for specific electrification projects. The link to the application will be included tomorrow in the posted city manager's comments on our website. From the Public Works Department, on Friday, April 24th, the community is invited to join the vegetation team and take part in the City Nature Challenge. The City Nature Challenge is a citizen science event challenging cities around the world to compete to document all living things. This year's event will take place at Circle Woods at 6605 Cockerill Avenue from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. A garlic mustard weed pool will follow. This is Friday the 24th. For more information, you're welcome to email gardens@tacomaparkmd.gov. The Sustainability Division team wants to thank all of our partners, volunteers, government officials, staff, and community members for participating in the 2026 Earth Day celebration on Sunday, April 12th, past. The event was a huge success and reinforced our community's commitment to climate action. We reached a record attendance of more than 900 people and had over 45 community partners participate. This was an Earth Day of many firsts. a first joint collaboration celebration with the Tacoma Park Silver Spring Co-op, first community bike ride, and first community weaved tapestry representing collective climate action. You can see it now on display in the art wing here at the community center. Thank you to everyone who brought our community together through civic engagement, art, science, public health, and more toward the shared purpose of environmental stewardship. But Earth Month isn't over yet. The Sustainability Division would like to remind everyone that there are several more opportunities to get involved, which are posted on the city webpage and newsletter. So happy Earth Day and Earth Month. From the police department, please join us for Coffee with a Cop this Friday, April 24th, for casual chats, coffee, and community connection. Whether you've got a question, a concern, or just want to say hello, we're here for it. This event is at 7600 Maple Avenue, Park Ritchie Apartments lobby, from 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The Tacoma Park Police Department is participating in the Drug Enforcement Administration nationwide Prescription Drug Take-Back Day on this Saturday, April 25th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This campaign allows the public to prevent pill abuse and theft by ridding their homes of potentially dangerous, expired, unused, and unwanted prescription drugs. Bring your medications to the Tacoma Park Police Department, 7500 Maple Avenue, first floor lobby, or outside, weather permitting. The Tacoma Park Police Department is pleased to announce a third Tile Mate, or AirTag, giveaway event on Saturday, May 2nd, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. As part of our ongoing commitment to community safety, we will be distributing free Tile Mate tracking tags to residents of Tacoma Park. These devices can be placed in vehicles to assist residents in locating their vehicles in the event of theft. We opted for the Tile Mate due to its compatibility with both iPhone and Android devices. The Tile Mate becomes the property of the resident upon distribution, and the police do not track these devices. Only the resident can track them via their phones. The eligibility requirements. Participants must reside within Tacoma Park city limits. Participants are required to present a valid photo identification card along with a matching vehicle registration and proof of address. And finally, City of Tacoma Park employees are also eligible to receive a Tile Mate if they meet the residency requirement. There will be a registration and educational booth. Distribution will be on a first-come, first-served basis while supplies last. So we encourage residents to arrive early. This event is a great opportunity for our community members to protect their belongings and stay connected with the Tacoma Park Police Department's safety initiatives. For more information, please visit our website at tacomaparkmd.gov and search for Tile Mate, T-I-L-E, Mate. From the Recreation Department. The Recreation Department is excited to partner with the Philo Soccer to host a Nike soccer camp at Ed Wilhelm Field this summer. The camp will be led by Washington Adventist University men's soccer head coach Daniel Carroll, along with members of the university's men's soccer team and the Philo Soccer training staff. Participants can expect a high-quality training experience that combines proven and innovative coaching techniques to help strengthen their skills. 2 one-week sessions will be offered. The first is July 6th through July 10th, and the second one is July 20th through the 24th. Please note that before and after care will not be available for this program. For additional information, please visit tacomaparkmd.gov ActiveNet. And finally, from the City Manager's Office, just a quick shout out. It was my pleasure to attend a informal luncheon with the Public Works employees this past Friday. I had a wonderful opportunity to introduce to all of them. We met to Tia Halstead, our new HR director. She and I and Christine took them some pizzas and some salads and some other things. And it was just a great opportunity to spend some time getting to know each other a little bit better. Good opportunity for staff to listen. I know Daryl Braithwaite, our director, was there as well. Appreciate that. First and foremost, it was an opportunity to say thank you. And I indicated that on behalf of the mayor and council as well as the residents. Really, these folks are some of the real unsung heroes in this community and of our organization. Folks that work hard in difficult conditions, weather-wise, and often dangerous conditions, and don't frequently get the attention. But we had a wonderful two-way dialogue on many topics. I know I always learn things that I should know, and it was just really, really enjoyable to get to know them better. And once again, to let them know who TIA is and what we intend to do with greater outreach with HR, and try to get some of their ideas on how we could serve them better. So that concludes my report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to our first presentation this evening. It is the compensation and classification study.
Madam Mayor and council members, I am pleased to introduce Evergreen Solution. They are a trusted partner and public sector consultant. Evergreen Solution has over 21 years of experience specializing in delivering strategic human resources, compensation, organization development, services tailored unique to local government. Their team brings extensive experience in supporting organizations with data-driven insight and practical solutions to enhance workforce effectiveness. I know it's near and dear to all of us that we are completely transparent in our communication, and I am grateful for the partnership with Michael Morossi. So now I'm going to turn it over to him to present the compensation and classification study for the city of Takoma Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that introduction. Give me 1 second, I'll get this presentation up here. Yeah, all right. Are you all able to see my screen okay?
We are. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Okay. Well, then I'll go ahead and get started. First off, what I want to take you through is kind of an overview of the compensation classification study at a high level, touch on what were the overarching goals of the study and the process, take you through the phases at a high level, give you an idea of what were the different work plan items completed and where we're at in the overall timeline of the project as well as we're wrapping it up. And with that, I want to particularly call out and highlight some of the items we found on the internal review of the current system, which you have in place today vis-a-vis compensation and classification, and then touch on the external review, which is the market survey where we compare the compensation at the city right now versus its peer organizations. And then lastly, and most critically, we'll touch on what are our recommendations to the city at this time as it sits in the bargaining process with its compensation structure. So with that, first, with any compensation and classification study, it is important to note that there are really three main objectives. The very first objective is to do a comprehensive review of the compensation structures that are in place today at the organization. So that's a good understanding of what's the system of pay grades and pay ranges, and in your guys' case, steps that you have in place, understanding what are the strengths and weaknesses of the system you have, how are employees distributed across those pay ranges and what across those steps within them, to what degree is pay progression occurring on an individual level and then across the organization as a whole. Are there issues or challenges present in the system, such as pay compression or the concept of two employees making a similar salary, although they may be vastly different in experience or capability? Or other items like that. So just essentially a lay of the land, how well is the current system you have working and meeting the needs of the organization? So once we've reviewed that, the next major piece of a compensation classification study is to answer the question of how competitive is it right now out in the overall marketplace. And so what that entailed is doing a comprehensive market survey of peer organizations and comparing the salary rates that you offer at the city versus your peer organizations for similar types of work. We did that across a benchmark sampling of a number of positions to establish how competitive are those individual jobs being compensated right now, but then also to be able to summarize how far off or how close is the overall compensation structure versus the market average presently. And then lastly, with that, we then provided recommendations back to the city on ways they can tackle some of the items that we identified in both phase 1 as well as phase 2. So really looking at how can it strengthen the design of its compensation structure to better meet the needs of the organization, as well as how can it close some of the identified market gaps that we found during the external market survey. With that, then the overall project phases is kicked off with a data collection phase from an internal standpoint initially. This consisted of us working with the now former interim HR director, Andrew Bolduc, and his staff to collect a variety of data around what you guys have in place today. So understanding the current compensation structure you have, the policies and procedures that kind of surround it, as well as getting a lay of the land on what's the rate of pay that everybody makes, what classification is everybody in, and that's us just essentially doing our homework on you all. Then from there, we jumped into our internal review phase, and that's when we began doing statistical analysis of your current compensation structures and testing to what degree are they meeting the needs of the organization, and really just examining the design of what you have right now. In addition to that, though, for the classification side of things, we also had to collect data from employees. And to do that, we did an outreach process where I came on site with a colleague, and we met with a good portion of the workforce of the city, and we had a couple types of meetings that we conducted. First, we had orientation sessions that let employees know what the compensation and classification study was all about. And then from there, we would answer any questions for them, hopefully set some fair expectations for the process, but just as critically, talk to them about how they'll be participating in providing data to us during the process. With that, we then launched into the job assessment tools, which was the main avenue for us to collect data from employees about their jobs. And so these job assessment tool surveys were essentially a way for employees to recreate their job description in their own words based on what they're doing today, and allow them to identify for us what about their job descriptions may not be fully up to date or not be fully representative of the work that they perform. Now, I did mention there were two types of meetings we conducted. The other type of meeting that we conducted when we were on site were focus group sessions, and this is where we heard from employees perceptual feedback related to how they felt about compensation and classification and other related topics like benefits, recruitment and retention challenges, performance evaluations, things of that nature, how they felt about how those things were working right now at the city, essentially. Once we had all of that job assessment tool data collected and we had a good understanding of the work performed at the city presently, that's when we then conducted the external market review, which consisted of collecting primary market data from a set of peer organizations and comparing their compensation data versus yours, which I'm going to highlight a bit more on in just a second. And then lastly, after we did the external market survey, we then went straight into providing recommendations on the classification system, the overall design of the compensation plans, as well as system administration and kind of policy adjustment to make sure everything was in alignment. With that, on the internal side of the review, we found when speaking with employees in those focus group sessions, they provided us a variety of feedback on those various topics we asked on. But the big takeaways that we found that were thematic in nature that we heard across all the different employee groups, or at least the majority of them, regardless of department or the area folks were working in, was that they valued the strong culture and mission of the city right now. They also emphasized very heavily the work-life balance and flexibility as perceived strengths or positives of employment with the organization. And then lastly, they felt like the benefits package overall was competitive versus what others may offer. However, of course, there were concerns as well, as we often, and this is something we very much hear very often when we work with local government employees. The first of which, though, was communication and transparency. So the concern that there wasn't a lot of clarity about compensation or why things necessarily were being done presently. In addition to that, there was concern about compensation and pay equity. So the idea that the structure itself or the way pay is designated right now, the way progression is been achieved is not necessarily equitable in its overall distribution of employee salaries across the structure, essentially. And then lastly, there was a mention that there's concern about an outdated structure, potentially policies and job descriptions as well, not necessarily being fully up to date or relevant for the current job task and responsibilities that were performed by employees right now. Moving over to the external review, we did conduct a market review of peer organizations. This is the list of peers that were included in the overall market survey. For context, we provided a list of recommended organizations to the city for approval before we proceeded with the collection. And once we received that approval, we immediately proceeded forward with the collection. You'll notice there's different size and locale peers on here. We essentially believe with any market survey, it's good to get a cross section of both immediate competitors who are very close to you in proximity and really within your commuting patterns, as well as some comparators who may or may not be direct competitors. And so there's a little bit of a mix of different sizes and organizational designs, but even for some of those that may be a bit bigger or a bit smaller than you are, they are immediately impacting your labor market and who you have to compete with for similar talent in the public sector. Once we pulled all that data in, we conducted an analysis of a variety of benchmark classifications at the city versus peer organizations, and we compared job duty for job duty and requirements to basically make sure we're making like comparisons and drawing conclusions apples to apples as much as possible, and establishing how competitive were your salary ranges versus the ranges offered by the peers. So the figures that I'll be discussing here are not about individual salaries at the city right now, but rather the structural concept of the range of pay you offer for a position. So if I pick on an administrative assistant, if we're talking about the minimum salary for that range, that's the minimum amount an organization's willing to pay for the job duties and requirements that go along with being an administrative assistant. And when we talk about the maximum, we're talking about the maximum of the pay range, not the maximum of what somebody actually makes at either Takoma Park or a peer organization. So once we did that comparison across those various benchmark classifications, we found that in the aggregate, right now, the city was on average 1.8% ahead of the peers at the minimum of the range. And then at the midpoint of the range, that deteriorated somewhat to being 1.7% behind. And so positives indicate where you're ahead of the average, negatives indicate where you're behind. And then lastly, at the maximum of your salary ranges, that eroded to about 3.9% behind. The reason why we see you having a different market position across the salary ranges, which is not necessarily uncommon to see, is because your salary ranges are a little bit more narrow than the average of your peers. And so what that means is that the width of your salary ranges does not run as long as the width of the salary ranges that the peers do on average, that is. And so as a result, if I'm an employee at the city of Takoma Park, on average, if I'm hired, I'm starting essentially at market or maybe a slightly ahead, about 1.8% ahead. But by the time I cap out, I'm no longer ahead of the market average pay amongst these peers, but I'd be about 4% behind. And so it gives you an idea of how does that actually impact the structure of the range itself. One thing of note that is important for me to call out here is that when we did make this comparison across these different peers, we did look at a regional cost of labor adjustment to the data. And what that means is that takes into account for an organization, how much does it cost to actually get labor across all of the different counties that are in play here, essentially. So if we're talking about Montgomery versus Anne Arundel versus Howard County, what is the cost to actually get talent in that region? That is controlled for because we know that we are pulling from different regions of the state, essentially. With that, on the recommendation front, we have recommendations to the classification system, which are not detailed here, but we've provided to the city under separate cover to adopt some additional some possible classification changes based on what we identified. Some of that it does stem from trying to create a little bit more continuity on the titling conventions that are present within the system right now. So the idea of making sure that there's consistency in how some of the titling conventions are used. So an example would be making sure that if somebody's called a specialist in one department, that title of specialist is not used at a dramatically different level in a different department. Same with things like coordinator, assistant, manager, director, and so on and so forth. Just trying to create some consistency there. We have made that was the key area that we made some recommendations to titles. An additional, some of the other recommendations we made were based on recommendations themselves from the department heads or some of the hiring managers on some job titles that they felt needed to be updated for industry standards for their particular area, which we were happy to accept some of those recommendations that were put forward by them that we thought made sense, that if the city could make work, there would be no issue with them. On the next recommendation, with continuing on the classification structure, whenever you do a full-scale collection of all this data of job duties and responsibilities and requirements from employees, that means that we've got the opportunity to then provide that data back to the city so that they can update job descriptions as relevant to make sure you're capturing all that the work that employees have gathered. We can provide that back so the city can then update descriptions accordingly and create some more consistency in making sure that duties and requirements are reflective of what employees are really doing today, and it's not something that's a little bit outdated. Job descriptions, by their nature, the second you write them, they can become outdated the second the organization changes even a little bit, which is not unusual in a small city. And so as a result, it's critical to leverage the information that's collected in this process to try to bring those up to date as possible. And then getting into the overarching or the largest piece of the recommendations, it's on the compensation side of things. We are recommending that on the general employee scale, the city move away from the 32-step structure that is in place right now and move to an 18-step structure. It was not an arbitrary number that we pulled out of our pocket there. We are realistically focusing on two things. One, right now, the current increase between steps within your step plan for general employees is 1.5%. That's a non-competitive increase from year to year for local governments that are utilizing step plans in your region. Now, that being said, most local governments have begun moving away from step plans altogether. This is a trend that's been going on for 20 years. We've seen more and more step plans go by the wayside in local government. It still remains a somewhat of a strong presence, though, because of the region you're in, near the federal government, where the G scale is very prevalent and folks are used to that concept. And being near state government as well, there's a lot of step plans in these structures that bleeds down to the counties and the cities as well. So you're not the only ones that are still maintaining a step structure, but it's important to note that this is something that more and more local governments are beginning to do away with. But if you're going to maintain a step structure, it's important to make sure that the increase from year to year is a competitive one. Otherwise, what will happen is the longer an employee stays with the organization, the further they are effectively falling behind on average actual pay because their year-to-year progression is stunted comparative to what they would receive potentially at another organization. And so we focused on making a recommendation to move that 1.5% to 3%, essentially doubling where it is. And my understanding is restoring it back to what it had been previously the city and compensation structures past. But in tandem, when you do that, you have to then shrink the number of steps down. The reason for that is if you were to maintain 32 steps with 3% in between, you would end up with a very, very, very long salary range. And one that's a lot longer than intended. And you would end up essentially with maximums for your jobs that are not necessarily market relevant. They would be substantially higher maximums than any of your peers would have. And so the interaction of this percentage between steps and the number of steps are directly tied together. The bigger percentage between your steps, the less steps you ultimately need to get from point A to point B in a salary range. And so as a result, 18 steps is mathematically, that's the recommendation we've developed to make sure that you have salary ranges that align up with the width of the salary ranges of your peers on average. And so that's why we targeted 18 steps with 3% between. In addition to that, those steps and that structure that we are recommending is fully up to date for market and placing you all roughly in line with the overall market average and trying to then slot in classifications into pay grades that correspond with that competitive position. On the public safety side of things, because public safety right now already has a structure that essentially mirrors this of 18 steps and 3% between, we're recommending that this simply be updated for current market rates. So the structure does not need to be redesigned, but rather the rates of the plan itself just need to be adjusted to make sure you're again in alignment with the overall market average. The fourth recommendation that we have here related to the compensation structure is really having to do with the adoption of this. And so because of the collective bargaining nature that you guys are of the situation you guys are in right now, we don't have anything prescriptive necessarily on how you have to adopt this compensation structure, but rather we've provided a number of alternatives to the city over the past few months. It's my understanding that right now the city is obviously in negotiation with the unions on how it may ultimately potentially adopt these things. The biggest things that have to be kept in mind when adopting a new step structure that is departing or different from your current step structure is that the numbers are never going to line up. The dollar amounts associated with the step values you have presently are not going to line up with the dollar amounts for step values in your new plan. And so there's always going to be a cost to move from one step plan to another. That's simply administrative because you have to round off the salaries from the old plan onto the new plan. And because you're not going to lower anybody's salaries in that process, typically speaking, it's always a round up. And so there's a baseline administrative cost that goes along with moving from one step plan to the other. And then the remaining question becomes, once we've rounded everybody off onto these steps, now what? What adjustment needs to come next, if any? And so that's the piece that we would recommend the city essentially determine what's the best path forward that's going to be equitable for employees as well as sustainable from a budgetary standpoint. And obviously, that's something that will likely be negotiated with the union. And then lastly, we do have some other recommendations, a little bit more minor in nature, but are detailed in our final report, which cover basically recommendations for policy and administration maintenance. So how can you maintain this plan moving forward to ensure that you maintain the competitive position that we've aligned you with, as well as making sure that you are adjusting some of the policies that you have surrounding your plan to make sure it's in alignment with the design of the new structure. So for example, you may need, as you adopt a new step structure and you change the number of steps that you have, you may have to revisit the hiring policy you have on record to make sure that if there's a maximum hiring step, that it's still relevant given the new structure design, things of that nature. So with that, that was everything I had to present here. I can pause for any questions or whatever is appropriate.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I do want to do a quick public service announcement for our scholarship recipients. I don't know if you're required to stay, but you don't have to. And also, if you can go. And this meeting is recorded, so even if you have to write something up about this meeting, you can watch it later. Just helping you out.
Now I feel bad that I've been too long-winded for all of them.
You're welcome to stay, but I just want to let you know it's all recorded.
I just want to say for the record, none of them look sleepy at all. So that wasn't
No.
what you were seeing, right?
I'm just trying to offer a little advice in case you have to write something up about this. So thank you so much. This has been really, really helpful. I think that the challenge right now is that, of course, we're in negotiations, but it would be helpful to hear from our city management about generally next steps in terms of review of the recommendations from this report and how we're hoping to or at least consider the recommendations that are being made.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The city has provided some level of funding in the proposed FY27 budget for anticipated adjustments. That is, of course, subject to change following ultimate council guidance. It is very true that we are in the midst of negotiations with both of our collective bargaining units, and implementation, there's some different options with different cost implications. Ultimately decisions will need to be made as to whether what the schedule of implementation will be, as well as the magnitude of any changes that council ultimately wishes to consider and adopt. So I think as negotiations progress, we will continue to have some dialogue with council as well about what some options might be and how it affects the total bottom line, particularly with respect to the proposed FY27 budget.
Great. Thank you so much. And also just one thing that sometimes we're asked when we're selecting our air quotes peers in terms of comparing salaries or for wage studies and the like. One of the things that I have heard quite a bit discussed through the Council of Governments is the fact that because we are a region that consists of multiple states with and a district and lots of easy access to cross over into different areas, that tends to broaden from a workforce perspective, that tends to broaden who our competitors are. So I just want to thank you for casting that broader net and kind of thinking through from the perspective of employee options, who some of our peers may be. Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, just one two-part question for our presenter. So at the very beginning, stepwise, the salary survey shows that as people start out, we might be a shade above the average. By the time positions max out, we would be under that. What I'm not clear on, and I would take just a general answer right now, is whether specific graded positions, either positions or the lower graded positions generally, start out equivalent to their peers. So this is about steps. I'm asking about positions.
Yeah, if I may ask just a clarifying question to make sure I can answer you correctly, Councilwoman. So if we're going to use, if we're talking about like a frontline maintenance worker, is your question basically are the frontline positions competitive on their ranges versus the market essentially?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have that handy right now. However, that is something I can absolutely get you.
That'd be useful. Thank
Also, and I will also add on that we have sent over our final report to the city as well. It does have that detail in the report too. So one of the exhibits you'll find, you have to forgive me, I believe it's chapter 4. It should be the chapter that gets into market data essentially. There will be a big exhibit there though that will break down how individual positions compared versus the market. So you can see how we get to that 1% ahead at minimum to 3% behind at max. Okay. How does that average get made up essentially across the different benchmark classifications? Because what I've presented today is an aggregate or an average number across all of the roles we looked at. But what that doesn't necessarily tell you is how does an individual job standing. And with averages, of course, some are above, some are below. That is not no two jobs are going to have the exact same competitive position versus the overall market average, and no organization has everybody in a similar standing. There's always, even in an organization that's top of market, has a job or two that's below the average. That's very common to see. You're going to have some variation there.
Okay. I found it, and my pages were stuck together, so I didn't actually see it. Is the final report also posted, not just the slides, for anyone who's interested? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala and Councilmember Landman.
Madam Mayor, tell me if this question is not appropriate for right now, but I was very interested to hear that many jurisdictions are moving away from the step system to something else. And A, what is that something else? And B, what is their rationale? Is that all right? Okay, thank you.
Sure, I'd be happy to touch on that. So this has been a trend that's been happening for a number of years now. If I was going to pin it to one single event, I don't think one can say that, but I will definitely say the trend continued very strongly post Great Recession. So if you're thinking from 2010 onwards, we started seeing step plans really fall by the wayside in local government, and the reason for that was flexibility. What step plans offer is rigor. So it says if you're going to give a step, you know exactly what the percentage increase I'm going to get is. So under your current plan, if you as a council say we're going to give a step to everybody in the organization, you know that that's a 1.5% for all the general employees. And so there's a very defined nature to it, and it's very structured. What government started seeking instead post-recession was really more flexibility, because there was a number of years they could not give a step. And then there was, once they could, the economy recovered, tax dollars recovered, they were starting to give increases again. They needed more flexibility in their system, that beyond, okay, our system says we can give a 2 or 2.5%, but we have the funds to give 4.5, and we know we're behind and we need to catch up. Well, that 4.5 doesn't align with a step that is only, say 2%. The numbers just don't line up. You can't just give 2 steps. You don't get all the way there. And so what you can do instead of having steps is just have a defined minimum and a defined maximum for a position, which is the same as a step essentially, in that you've got, your maximum step and your minimum step. But instead of having set dollar figures that the salary has to fall on, the salary can fall on any dollar between that minimum and maximum. So if you say you start at 40,000 and you end at 60, on a STEP system, there's intervals that are either percentage or dollar amounts between 40 and 60 that the salary has to fall on. And an open range structure, any dollar or cent between 40,000 and 60,000, a salary can fall on essentially. So it allows you to be a little bit more flexible with the percentage increases that you give and how you adjust things. And it's a little bit more forgiving administratively, is just the best way to put it, on how you can adjust things and be flexible. It means you can work in straight percentages too on some things. So if you said, hey, I want to promote somebody and we're going to give them a 10%, you can just do it 10% to the salary they make exactly. And a step structure, it doesn't work that way. Everything has to be revolving around making sure somebody lands on a step number. So oftentimes with the step structure, you can't just promote somebody and give them 10%. You have to look at what's the dollar amount that they make on their current step number. If they're on step 10 and they're going to move up 2 grades, well, that might be you have to look at how does that round them off into the new plan? How much of an increase is that round off? How many additional steps do you want to give them? And what that results in is you can oftentimes end up having uneven increases for promotions that could be from the same job or for 2 people promoting from the same job. If they were on different step numbers before, one could get an 8% because of the rounding, and one can get like an 11.5. It's just there's less flexibility with it. That's why the big draw was to get to a plan with more flexibility, and in some ways to just make it less tied to the concept of time equals an automatic increase as well. Some governments also explored moving to merit or pay for performance programs. I would say that is more the minority of the reason, though, and very few governments have successfully pursued that. And the majority of them have really just relied on flexibility. So that was a very long answer to a simple question. I apologize.
Thank you. And it was a long answer, but it was clear and thorough. So thank you for that. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you, Director Halstead and Mr. Mizrahi. Very helpful presentation. I wanted to just comment that the recommendation of annual review of job descriptions and FLSA exempt standards seems like a good recommendation, given how rapidly job responsibilities are changing nowadays, and also how electronic availability can sometimes lead jobs to creep into your home hours. So I had one question regarding the study in regard to the market comparisons, and in just looking at a few of the specific positions and whether they are low in the range or high in the range relative to comparison organizations. Mr. Mizrahi, I wondered whether there are any general trends that relate to the size of the organization. For example, if you were looking at the District of Columbia government, which is a very large organization, would it be that a comparable role might be compensated more as opposed to the same role being carried out in a very small municipality like I don't know, Kensington or something?
It's a great question. The answer is, the best I would say is, while there's this assumption that bigger budget means more salary dollars, I have not always necessarily found that to be true. Some of the highest paid organizations and market leaders that we see in most markets are usually smaller cities with affluent populations. It's usually not the large scale cities. You're not going to typically see a city of Baltimore or the city of Atlanta as the market leader in their area, but rather it's going to be the rich suburbs that are typically the market leader for individual jobs because they have a higher tax base per employee, essentially. It's the metric I would kind of throw out there. So by and large, the general trend I'd say across the country is that cities tend to pay better than their counties. Counties typically lag a little bit further behind. And within that, there's a lot of variation, obviously, in cities. For very, very small towns and cities, if we're talking in sub 50 employees, I would say, generally speaking, it's rare for them to pay very well. But in your size category, I would say it can vary all over the place depending on the market we're talking about. But the market you're in is a little bit more unique one. There's only a few markets like yours really in the country where there's just such high commuting volume and commutability across such a large region. I mean, as it was mentioned, you can work in 3 different states in a district and not have to pick up your family and move. And as a result, your competition extends pretty far and wide on a local government and state and federal government and public sector in general standpoint.
Thank you. That's a really informative response. I appreciate that. Just a quick question for the city manager. I've generally been thinking about this in the context of our 2 collective bargaining organizations, and I wondered, as you receive this report, are there any headline implications for non-unionized employees that are on your mind?
Any implications for non-represented?
Non-represented employees.
Well, the study looked at all positions, so it spanned those that are in collective bargaining agreements and those that are not. If you're asking if there was a differentiation, I think, job classifications tend to be, positions tend to be assigned or accredited through, to the extent that you have unions. A lot of those job functions are within those unions. We have others that are not, including some of the management class. I don't have any additional information at this time about that. I think it was a broad-based review. It engaged employees across the span of the organization and also got input from the senior leadership team for their perspectives on things as well. So I don't think there was any particular differentiation across the 2 different bargaining units per se and non-represented employees.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate your perspective.
All right. Thank you very much. Seeing no more lights. Thank you for the presentation this evening. We're going to move into our budget work session. All right. I guess we need to take a break because our Excel extraordinaire has stepped away for a second. So we're going to let's take a quick 10-minute break. We will be back at 9:24. All right, good evening. We are going to get into the main event, which is our budget reconciliation number 3. And so what I do want to do is describe to my colleagues and those watching at home how this process will work. So we have Ron, who will be monitoring the spreadsheets. And so what we have, or the way I'm hoping to facilitate tonight's conversation, is we have 2 lists of reconciliation items. One is what I'm calling Vote 1, which includes all of the city staff recommended reconciliation items. My goal is to have us finalize and vote on the city staff recommended items first. Fingers crossed that will go relatively quickly. And then we will move into Vote 2, which consists of all of the council proposed items. Doing this way so that we don't need sleeping bags and we don't have an instance of being here till 2 a.m. So for Vote 1, let's go to that spreadsheet.
So we don't have copies of that, you just have them on the screen.
It is basically the spreadsheet that you all received. The Vote 1 spreadsheet just includes those items that are only staff recommended. You have the master list, or you should have the master list, which is the list that was shared with everyone. I believe it was today. No, it should have been at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes, this is.
Okay, so just as a reminder, we're going to take each section. I'm hoping that, given the nature of these, that we can do a consent vote on, well, actually, because Councilmember Honzak is virtual, we'll need to do, city clerk, we'll just do roll calls on these. No, we're gonna do them as a bundle. We're gonna do bundles by section of the budget. The first area that staff recommended was decreasing the FY27 crossing guard FTE, increasing the FY27 road maintenance adjustment that's related to tax dupe, increasing the FY27 park maintenance adjustment. Again, that is a tax duplication item. There is the FY27 library aid adjustment, increasing the accessible base 4.47, and then there is also the decrease in the FY27 public parking revenue. And so with that, I would like for us to vote on all of these in the. I did just mention that. And I apologize. Okay, I want to make sure that we have the, are you good? The closed car? Yep, I just mentioned increasing. It is on line 11 on the screen.
And then the last one.
And the last one is the public parking review. Okay?
Mayor Cersei? I'm just not recalling at the moment whether we had a brief explanation of the projection of reduced parking revenue. And that was one that
We did. It was something that was discussed last week. Deputy City Manager Eubanks, if you can give a quick recap.
Yes, the gist of it is that we have changed our estimates for the level of occupancy for each of the spaces. So we've reduced our assumptions about how frequently someone will occupy each space. And that is resulting in, being more conservative is resulting in a reduction in parking revenue for the Junction parking lot.
Yeah, and I guess that I was just still, I think we moved on last week, and I just wanted to make sure, this was, you had an initial projection, but you're only getting numbers now that people have been actually paying to park for a very brief period, correct? So is
No,
that,
it's still just a very conservative projection, not based on the data. Because this is beginning in FY '27. We don't feel that the data right now is representative at all, especially because there's some seasonality to it. So we didn't use that as a basis for the projections. We are just being ultra conservative. And so just a general assumption based on some observations in a lot over a period of time, rather than a review of the actual data, is resulting in the desire from city staff to reduce occupancy, and again, resulting in a $45,000 reduction in revenue.
that's great. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so we have these items here. Would anyone, we're going to treat these as a consent agenda vote. Are there any items that need to be removed from the reconciliation, the total general fund revenues section that are staff recommended? Okay. Councilmember Lamb, I'm thinking that's an old light.
I thought I was getting ready.
Oh, we are. I'm sorry. No. No worries. Okay, so with that, we're going to take a vote on the staff recommended total general fund revenue reconciliation item. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Yes.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Aye.
Mayor Searcy.
Aye. Okay, we're going to move to general fund expenditures, basically this pink section, capital improvements, as well as equipment replacement reserve recommendations from staff. Just as a reminder, the general operating support section included overtime needed for the election, as well as addressing the transfer of the staff that was discussed at length, the decrease in the temp contractor for finance, that half of an FTE, and increasing the salary of the accounting specialist, that is 1/2 of an FTE, and fringe benefits for that accounting specialist, that is 1/2 of an FTE. If we go down to equipment replacement reserve, ERR expenditure section, which is line 38 through 41, staff has recommended a increase in the vehicle maintenance van of $1,000. And then there is also a decrease in the police vehicle purchase which was recommended by the Fleet Committee, of $160,000. And so with that, yep, so it's 6 items. With that, we're going to treat this section as a consent agenda item. Just want to confirm that there are no items that folks would like to have pulled from this bulk group of items. Okay, all right, seeing no lights. With the clerk, please call the roll. Again, we are going through staff recommendations for budget reconciliation items in the general fund expenditures category, as well as the equipment replacement reserve expenditure category.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Landman.
Aye.
Mayor Searcy.
Aye. Next, we have the category proposed general fund unassigned fund balance items. And there's 2 items here. These is just accounting. I just want to check with Ron. Yep. These are just so that everybody understands. Line 54, expenditure reduction, 146.36, general fund expenditure increase, and the 77,520 general fund revenue increase. I don't believe we need a vote on that because this is just accounting, but if you want me to just do it just to make sure. I think these are just accounting.
That's right, we don't need a vote on it.
Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, just want to make sure that folks understand that in the proposed general fund unassigned fund balance, the general fund increase is coming from the prior section of that 14636, and the revenue increase is coming from the section above in green that is showing the 7752. This is just an accounting issue.
Okay, could you show that again, please?
Okay, so if you,
No, just show the below.
yep, if you could show the blue on the screen, Ron. Scroll down for me one more section. There you go. So you see this, it comes from here, and this comes from the prior section, so there's no need to vote.
Right, I just want to know what the numbers are. So now the numbers are 140, 636, and 77.
Okay. All right.
I didn't quite follow where
Okay,
this,
no
where
worries.
the 77,520 is
It comes
represented.
up from the green section. So you go to the green, and there's your total net change in revenues that we've already voted on. This is just an accounting. It's,
Okay, thank you.
okay. So if we can, there were no staff recommended amendments to the stormwater management fund revenues or expenditures, so there's no items to vote on there. For the next section, the special revenue funds revenue, there were two items that were proposed by staff. One is the FY27 cable grant equipment revenue, and the other is a decrease, the FY27 program open space revenue. Just want to confirm that folks are where we are. And want to go ahead and move forward with the consent vote on these two items so that we can move forward. Okay. All right. Seeing no hands, is that Olite? Okay.
I'm trying to be ready if I'm up first.
No worries,
again.
everybody's ready to vote now. I'm like,
Now
this is
you know
awesome.
how I
Just so
feel,
you know what my
Councilmember.
plan is, I was just going to switch off so that one of you is not always first.
Sounds good.
All right. So with that, would the clerk please call the roll? And we are talking about amendments in the special revenue funds.
Councilmember Landman. Aye. Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Yes.
Councilmember Honzak.
Yes.
Councilmember Wesseluk.
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. Okay, so staff has not proposed any adjustments to the red light and stop sign camera fund revenues, but we will get into staff recommendations for the red light and stop sign camera fund expenditures. Okay. So just as a reminder, many of these have already been discussed. There were a few, the final three, that had been adjusted over the last few days. Just as a reminder, there's staff proposed a decrease in the salary for one corporal vacant position was eliminated. Fringe benefits for one corporal vacant position was eliminated. Overtime for one corporal vacant position was eliminated. Closing allowance for that corporal vacant position was eliminated. The police also recommended the armory project from the stop sign camera CIP be decreased, as well as the blood drying cabinet from the stop sign camera CIP. That was also an item that the chief recommended could be moved from FY27 to FY28. So then there's three more that are new. So I just want to make sure that there aren't any questions about the items that I've just kind of gone through that are in black, because these were items that had been on the list previously.
Yes, for questions.
Okay.
I have a question. I would like to discuss briefly the Armory project, so I can get a better understanding if I think that I should advocate for us to put that back in the mix.
Let me turn you on. There you go.
Good evening. The Armory Project is a project right now, all of our weapons and ammunition
excess weapons and ammunition is stored in a closet that coexists with an IT closet. It was recommended by the state and others that we have our own armory for weapons like that in case there was a fire, or et cetera, et cetera. To be honest, with the Atrium project, we're not sure that this project is going to be able to get done in fiscal year 27, and that's why we're pushing it out to 28. And that's the same with the simulator. We're not sure with the Atrium project that we're going to be able to move forward with that.
Thank
That
you.
makes sense.
That's very helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. And so there were also 3 additional items. The upgrade firearms and holsters. Police chief requested the item to be moved from FY 27 to FY 28. And then you just mentioned the simulator, and I know that there was, I think at one point, and just so that everyone knows, when there were instances where maybe a council member might have suggested something and then removed it, but then staff incorporated it. Those staff incorporations are going to be reflected here in this spreadsheet. All council-related removals or additions are in a separate spreadsheet. And so also, so the chief mentioned.
Madam Mayor, point of clarification
Sure.
on that. One of the responses to our questions the other day indicated that the firearm training simulators had been removed from the list by the police department. So they are listed here with our name still, but since the police department had removed them before we had the conversation, it's somewhat confusing how
Yeah,
they
so
appear on here.
I've reordered things, so when we talked through them, there was just a lot of places where there were duplication. I've grouped them all together, and I will just need for the folks that are impacted to just give me the word, like, yes, these are not things that should be here, they were just duplicates.
No, I'm only asking because if we're going to vote on a collection of things and those have already been removed by the department, it would be more efficient to simply have them be part of that vote, it would seem to me, because that was, so anyway, it's confusing on here for me, so. Okay.
Yeah, the list on the screen that Ron is keeping shows all of the items, whereas the
Okay.
last printout we have still has it kind of segmented out. So when in doubt, look at the screen. If it's not right on there, then.
Okay,
see.
thank
Yeah,
you.
and I've reordered, there's the second tab with the council items. Everything has been reordered so that it will be, so those things that should be grouped together are grouped together for us to talk about. And those things that just were duplicates, we just need the final okay that, yes, these are struck out because we don't want them. So then they can be removed, easily cut without having a lot of extra work. So you'll see once we get to vote table 2. So just want to make sure, so we've already talked about the firearms training simulator and and I believe this is the simulation training equipment is also the item that's here. Okay? All right, great. So it seems like everybody's okay with these items. Are there any additional questions for these items before we call the vote? Councilmember Schlegel?
Just a procedural question. So I've been tracking things on my paper, but I should really stop that because this thing is moving faster than the speed of light.
And it's cleaner.
Okay, thank you.
It's a little easier to track. Okay. All right. Any other questions or thoughts? Okay. With that, would the clerk please call the roll? Again, we are voting on this bucket of staff recommended reconciliation items.
Councilmember Wesselek,
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Yes.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. Okay, so that was painless. We've gone through all of the recommendations from our city staff regarding the budget. So now we're going to discuss the council recommended items. So if, Ron, just bear with me for a second. So when I was mentioning before that what I tried to do with this spreadsheet is bucket like items and reference items that are related. So it would be a little cleaner. So for example, these items that are in gray are grayed out because these two votes, we have two proposals for the same item from different council members with different dollar amounts. So the goal is to talk through these items and then do the vote, but we need to pair them in order to do that. If you scroll down, Ron. Thank you. Okay. So there are also other instances where there are items that are discussed in pairs, but also might impact because we're doing a lot of movement of where those funds would come from in addition to the options. So for example, with the library, Councilmember DeBala made a recommendation of $25,000. Council members Schlegel and Landman made a recommendation of $50,000. But if you go down to row 74, there was also a recommendation to take the Schlegel Landman recommendation from the general fund and put it in the assigned reserve. So those are.
We wanted to take it from the assigned reserve, accrued interest, and place it in the general fund so that it could be moved over to pay for library materials.
So, okay, so, but you're, okay, let's go back.
We may be saying the same thing two different ways.
Yeah.
I was expecting there would be some place where it would say just a straight up add to general fund.
That's
to
here.
pair with that. Okay, all right. Got
That's here. So what you have here, because even if you were to vote on taking it from the assigned reserve, you would have to put it in the general fund, which is what is shown here. So so the vote 7 would need to encompass a decision about whether or not we want to pay for this in the general fund, period. And then the second vote would be whether or not you want to use assigned reserve funds to do it, right? So moving the assigned reserve funds into the general fund to pay for this. So you really have 3 votes here. And so that is why vote 7, you'll see there's a reference to row 33, there's a reference to row 34, and there's a reference to row 74. And so there's a number of instances where that has occurred. And so to make sure that we're not here all night, the goal is to talk about these things where there's a lot of moving parts together. Okay? If we, Ron, just bear with, you're awesome. Thank you so much. If you scroll down just a little bit more for me. All right. Scroll down a little bit more. Let's see. All the way. Okay. So, Council Member Landman, you brought up the fact of that there were quite a few items that were struck through, and staff kept them in for administrative purposes because there were some instances where there was information that you had been dropped, but because you're 2 people who submitted some things separately, they just wanted to make sure that it wasn't the case that you both wanted something. So there's just some things here that if they are struck through and you're saying, no, these items are correct, they are struck through, we don't need to discuss them. That's the only thing I need to know. And then that way we won't discuss them, but we wanted to make sure that we had them on the form just in the event that it was, oh no, this strike through is actually incorrect and was something we wanted to keep on the list. Okay. All right, so let's.
That was a triple negative, I think, but I think I get it. Yeah.
Can we address that right now?
It might be easier when we actually get to that section. Okay.
One point of clarification, please, council members Slagle and Landman. We received two separate correspondence from you all related to library, and one said 55, the other said 50. If these two items are related, can you confirm what the amount is? Is it 50 or 55 that we ought to have in here?
Actually, I can't speak for Councilmember Schlegel on this, but I've been talking with Councilmember DeBala about it, and we were hoping, at least I was hoping for a little more, to understand better what the number was that you had settled on in a conversation with Director Jones, if you had followed up with her on the library amount. Because you also had.
We're not talking about that right now. So if it's going to
So-
warrant discussion,
Sorry.
then when we get to the libraries, that item, then we can talk about it.
To settle on what the number would be, but it was not intended to be two separate amounts of money. It was, yeah, I'm
Yep.
still working on what the number should be. Thank you. Sorry about the confusion.
All right, we're going to take this thing, if we can, in order, just so that everybody can keep track of what needs to be kept track of, because we have people that have to actually do the math at the end of the day. So the first item that is up for discussion, I'm hoping we won't have a lot of discussion, but there are two options that are on the table. One was proposed by Councilmember Schlegel and Landman, which would be to increase the utility tax from $1.75 to $5. And the second is to increase the utility tax from $1.75 to $2. Are there any questions or additional points of discussion on this item? Are you ready to vote? Okay.
Oh, no, I'm ready to speak.
Okay. Councilmember Westlake.
I just wanted to share that in conversation with Councilmember Honzak, we both thought that if it would be useful, we could add a third option instead of moving it from 1.75 to 350, thinking that that felt more like a median between the two. It would show a more substantial jump, because I think in the last year we did 25 or 50 cents. But in case there's some unknown reaction that we aren't accounting for, we didn't jump too high all the way to 5. So if folks are into that, I will officially make that official.
And I officially second that.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like there's another motion on the table from council members Honzak and Wesselek.
Is this?
Well, you've kind of done it because we're going to have to vote on all three.
Madam Mayor,
I
if we
intend-
accepted that as a friendly amendment, would we be able to dispense with the voting on all three? I mean, I can't speak for Councilmember DeBala, but if the two of us.
You would need to
agree
drop your items. So if you agree to drop your item and Councilmember DeBala agrees to drop her item, then we can vote on that only one. Just tell me you want to drop it.
Just a brief, for public records, Councilmember DeBala, since we're talking about a very nicely proposed compromise, could you remind us of your position on the 25 cents very briefly?
I wanted to ease into it. That's pretty much the whole story. I thought that 5 going straight to the top of the heap was not wise. And I would appreciate a dollar amount on the 350.
I have my own estimate.
Thank you.
My estimate would be that it would be an increase of $318,515, which, yeah, so you can see that's kind of in the middle between the other two.
And can we just make the change that the 3.5 was proposed by Honzak and Wesselek.
I appreciate the suggestion, and I appreciate it in particular because we have proposed some additional general fund spending, and having a pay-for is really important, I think, for fiscal prudence for us. So I appreciate the suggestion.
Does that appreciation lead to an elimination of your option?
Yes, do you want me to
Yes,
do?
just
take
say
any
you want
kind
to
of
withdraw it.
formal-
Yeah, just say it, like you want to take it out.
I kind of do. Yes, I withdraw it on
There's a-
behalf of both of us. if I
There was
may.
this old game show called The Newlywed Game, and they'd say, "Wait, you said what?" I'm feeling that way right now. No, I totally concur with Councilmember Landman.
I
and-
violently concur.
Okay, so let's strike row 7 and note that was withdrawn.
And if people are confused about how this relates, if council members are confused, I'm sorry, may I?
Go right ahead, Councilmember DeBoer.
I sent around the table that staff did last year for what different communities have now to see where these different levels fall in. So the $5 is the top in terms of what communities, not counties, but what municipalities do. 2 is kind of on the low end, and 350 is a little more than the middle, closer to the high end, but not the highest. For those who can't find the email right now, and thank you to staff for doing that work.
This would be the Goldilocks utility tax.
That's what I was elected for, bringing solutions.
Okay, Councilmember DeBoer, are you keeping your item on the table?
Or I can just vote no on the other one.
You can just vote no on the other one.
All right, then I withdraw mine.
Okay. Councilmember DeBoer has withdrawn her item. Okay, all right. And so the item on the table is a utility tax increase from 1.75 to $3.50. I will just say that I will be voting no on this item. In light of the utility cost increases that so many households are experiencing, I know that we need to balance the budget. I know that we need to be creative, but I don't feel right. Even adding just a nominal increase, regardless of the fact that it is spread across everyone, it's like everyone's hurting right now with their utility costs, and I'm just concerned that we're starting to set a precedence that communities can just keep adding to what we know is a major expense to households right now. I might have done the modest, but I mean, no, we're outvoted, Sandy. All right. So with that, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
No.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert,
No.
Councilmember Honzak,
Yes.
Councilmember Westlake,
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
No. All right, so we've gotten through that one. It was 4-3 in favor. Move that one. That one was voted a yes. I just want to make sure we keep track of that. Okay, next is, because I want to aim high. Let's start talking about traffic calming and pedestrian safety, okay? So vote 2 includes a couple of components. The first is the decrease in the traffic calming and pedestrian safety. It's the 75,000, and this was discussed during our reconciliation meeting on Monday. And then there's also item 20, I think it's 108, if it's still 108, because I think we might have tweaked things a little bit in terms of where it's located.
And that's in the red light camera.
Yes, and that is in the red light camera fund.
Where's this first one's the general fund?
Yeah. And while we're looking this up, Deputy City Manager Eubanks, do you mind just giving folks that quick overview of these dollar amounts for the traffic calming and
Sure. So, Mr. Qualley, if you could show me the two amounts, it's 75, and I just want to confirm the amount in red light, please. Just on the, yeah, that one.
should be the new sidewalk,
75 and
110.
110, great, okay.
Yep.
So, and if you could go to the sidewalk and traffic calming document, please, sir. All right, so there are two things that are happening here simultaneously. As you see, the budgeted amount in the FY27 proposed budget is $500,000. Absent the conversation that council had on Monday about the Brighton and Houston Court sidewalk item, which would be an addition to the staff recommendations, there was a balance of $10,000. But the distribution of funds between sidewalk and traffic calming did not match the projects in each category. So the first adjustment, which would happen regardless of whether or not council decided to add or remove add items to the staff recommendation list, is an appropriate adjustment between the two funding sources. So that is embedded in the 75,110 adjustment. In addition to that right sizing between the two sources is also the addition of Brighton and Houston. That addition to the sidewalk category is $45,000. You see $35,000 in red here because of that balance of $10,000 that was already within the budget. So if you approve the two items, one in the general fund and one in the red light, you'll be approving the right sizing of the accounts, and you'll be approving the addition of the Brighton Avenue and Houston Court project into the staff recommendations and projects for FY27.
Thank you for that. Okay, so just want to make sure there are no questions about this. Okay, Councilmember DeBall?
So if we approve these two, right, these two adjustments, that includes the Brighton, Houston.
Yes,
Okay.
unless you all separate it and have a separate conversation.
Right.
But if you approve it as it is right now, it would include Brighton and Houston Court.
And so that's the,
Excuse me,
Mhm.
point of order.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I need to correct the terminology so that this doesn't get embedded in people's brains. It does say Brighton to Houston Court. It does not include Houston Court, and it does not include Houston. It is simply a stretch on Brighton. The portion of Houston Court was turned down by the city staff, so that if it's ever on the agenda again, people won't think we already did it. Thank you. I'm sorry
Thank you.
to be so detailed.
okay, so, thank you for that. So the Brighton is included, and the totals are decrease the
General fund by
general fund by
75,000.
75 and increase the
Red light
red
by-
light by 110.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Any other points? Okay. So, hearing no requests to separate these two, I would like to suggest that we treat these two items with one single vote. where we would basically be agreeing to the package of the 75,000 in the general fund and 110 in the red light camera fund.
Just to make sure I understand, and our sidewalk votes come up later still, correct? Or is this an approval of the Brighton sidewalk right now?
This is the approval of the entire sidewalk traffic calming budget, like all of the things that staff recommended and we discussed, and Councilmember Honzak's addition of Brighton. So this would cover everything. Okay.
Point of order?
Yes.
Or may I be recognized?
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know that we did a separate vote on the item. Am I misremembering? I just want to give my colleagues an opportunity if they would like to pull it out. I mean, that is fine with me. I understand the desire to do that, given that it was a recent addition. But I'm also happy to have it be a consolidated vote.
Mayor Shishi, that was what had prompted my question, was that we had a discussion last week and added that tentatively to the list. And at that time, my impression was that during this reconciliation session, we'd be working through the sidewalk items one more time with votes.
So I did not get the impression, unless someone wanted, I did not receive any specific amendments to the sidewalks other than Councilmember Honzak's request for Brighton. So what you can do now is if you want us to vote on Brighton separately, you can. But unless they came to staff, I did not receive any adjustments to the sidewalk or traffic calming items.
Okay.
I would like to constructively recommend that, given that it was a recent addition, that we go ahead and vote on it separately at my own peril. I think that's procedurally perhaps more comfortable for my colleagues, and I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak, for that. I'm sorry, may I be recognized?
Yeah. Councilmember Schlegel.
Because we were working with a budget proposal that was balanced, and then this came in later, I would feel more comfortable if we put off the vote on the Brighton sidewalk until we see where the numbers are coming in later in the work session.
So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the sidewalks are in the red light camera fund. So the sidewalk piece is not something that would ultimately impact your tax rate. So I just want to remind folks of that. Okay, so I just want to make sure that because I want to, if we need to stop on this so we can move on to some other stuff, because it seems like folks may be a little confused. Councilmember Honzak, you've made a recommendation to pull the Brighton sidewalk out of the combo that staff, the combo funding that staff has put together, so that it can be voted on separately. Is that correct?
If I have a second, if there's a second, I'm just proposing that. I just want to give my colleagues the option if that is desired.
You don't need a second. You can just do it if that's a proposal that you want to make.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. So yeah, can we do that?
Can we do it now? Can we do it now and then go ahead and vote on the package, or is that out of order?
We just need to give staff a little bit of time to adjust the spreadsheet.
So I can put that back in, Mayor.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So yeah.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, my question while you are doing that is, in my looking at the red light camera fund, based on the changes that have all been made already, there is more than $35,000 available to cover this item. Is that true?
Let me go to vote
So if
two.
we have
Mhm.
almost 3.5 million allocated, and then we have decreased the
Yep.
original set of expenses by quite a bit, then what we're left with is more than enough to cover the 35,000. I'm just making sure that's right.
That is correct,
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember DeBala, in large part because of all of the work that staff have done to make adjustments. So what we just voted on, our staff has already proposed over $300,000 worth of cuts to the red light camera fund.
In light of that, since I was the only one concerned, Councilman Honzak, if you want to withdraw your request for a separate vote, I think that would be fine.
I would like to ask my colleagues, is there anyone else who would prefer that we keep it separate?
You're getting nodding heads here, Councilmember Honzak. Everybody's good.
Nodding as if saying no? I can't see
Everyone
your
is,
faces.
we're perfectly fine with taking the vote based on the two items that are currently in the spreadsheet.
Okay, then I am fine as well, and I withdraw my withdrawal.
And
Another triple negative.
that may actually be helpful for Ron, because now you don't have to deal with it. You can go back to the prior spreadsheet.
Apologies, Ron.
Deputy City Manager Eubanks did an amazing job explaining how this was all gonna come together under one ribbon tied up with a bow. Thank you for that.
Okay, so, vote on the table right now. We're gonna treat these two as a pair. The decrease in traffic calming and pedestrian safety, of, seven, because it's coming from it's coming from the CIP, that's why there's a decrease of 75,000. And then there is the increase in the red light camera fund of 110,000. And so that is, do we need to move these? I have not been. I'm talking, city clerk, we don't have to worry about these?
It's working like as you're doing it. I mean, I would just go with it.
You're gonna go with it? Okay, great. All right, with the clerk, so this is the item we're voting on right now. Would the clerk please call the roll on that one?
Councilmember Westlake,
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Mayor Cersei.
Aye. Okay, so we've taken care of those two. Now we're gonna move up to vote number 3. Okay. All right, so vote number 3 relates to the Tree Tacoma. Councilmember DeBala recommended an addition of 45,000. Councilmember Schlegel and Landman put forward a recommendation of 15,000. Any, and because Councilmember Schlegel and Landman's recommendation was new, are there any points that you all want to raise about that?
I have been in correspondence with the city manager and the urban forester about the availability of other alternative funds to supplement the reduction we've had in, that we anticipate in fiscal '27 for the Tree Tacoma funding because of with the fact that we've been effectively using our tree fund, that there was potentially an alternative source of funding in Tree Montgomery, and had a preliminary response from the city urban forester about that, and he said he was checking further to see whether that was an alternative for free trees, kind of like the Casey Tree Program, but a Montgomery County funded program that plants trees for free. And he was checking. I wonder if you have additional information. Okay. Well, am recommending a smaller amount because of the fact that I think that there may be this supplemental mechanism for doing tree planting. It may not be exactly the same types of, exactly the same trees with the exact same mission, but maybe, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify so there wasn't any confusion. We wouldn't be getting any funds from Montgomery County. It would be their program. We could encourage residents to apply through the Montgomery County program. It's a competitive program similar to ours. You put in your application, they have a set amount of funding. When they reach their level, that's the end. But so we can't guarantee that people could get in there.
Right.
It's just we could offer it on the same page and say, hey, if we're booked, you could try Montgomery County.
Right, thank you.
I had a question for the Public Works Director. One of my thoughts, I don't know if it was Councilmember Landman's thought as well, but was that in the event that it turned out that there was plenty of support available from the county for residents wanting to plant trees on private property, that possibly the Tree Tacoma Fund, if additional education was needed to residents to tell them about that the Tree Tacoma Fund would be an appropriate place to pay for additional like public education around the Montgomery program. Would that be conceivable?
Depending on what we're looking at in terms of outreach and education costs, I mean, the tree fund is supposed to be used towards tree planting. Now, whether you specifically limit it to actual tree planting or education about programs available for trees, it's a little bit of a distinction that I don't know that, there is no clarity on that. In the past, it's been used specifically for actual tree planting, not education, outreach, staff time, any of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember DeBala, I see your light.
Oh, just to remind people, the reason that I had the $45,000 was because that was what is budgeted now, because that's what's available from the tree fund this coming year, is $45,000. What we planted last year was worth $90,000. And so all I did was say, if we have, and then we ran out of money because this spring we're not planting. So I said, I said to myself, if we're doing $90,000 worth of tree planting and we're running out of money, then let me add to at least that level for the coming fiscal year. We don't have it in the tree fund, so we would have to take it out of the general fund. So just so people know how I got to the $45,000.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Okay, so for this one, we're gonna treat it as okay, I think we would need to start with the 15 first. And then, depending on how that works, then we would do the 45.
Point of order. So voting for the lower number, people could vote yes on that, but then they might also vote yes on the higher number. You're starting with the lower number instead of the higher number?
I am trying to think in real time about which one to go for first.
Okay.
I think
I just want to understand the logic so
Yeah.
I know how to vote.
Let me see. Majority for 45 would automatically negate 15. Yes, so let's start with the 45. Oh, okay. Yeah, because if the majority votes for the 45, then it automatically negates the 15. All right. Would the clerk please call the roll on the increase in Tree Tacoma of 45,000?
Councilmember Wesseluk?
No.
Councilmember Hanzak?
No.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel?
No.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yes.
Councilmember Landman?
No.
Mayor Cersei?
Aye. Okay, so now I think that was a 4-3 split. And so now we're going to move against, and so now we're going to move into the increase of Tree Tacoma for 15,000. All right. So clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Yes.
Councilmember Honzak,
Yes.
Councilmember Westlick,
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. Okay, next item up is I want to confirm who, because the notes are showing an additional request from Councilmember Schlegel and Landman on 420. But I believe this item might have been introduced by Councilmember DeBala, so I'm trying to confirm whether or not we are missing a request on this. And this is the recreation, special events and programs.
I think they were duplicative. They just came in from different sources, so it's the same request from three different people.
From three different people, okay. All right, so with that, any points of discussion or question on this one? Okay, all right, seeing no lights, would the clerk please call the roll on this one?
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Yes.
Councilmember Honzak,
Yes.
Councilmember Westlick,
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. Okay, so the next item, we're gonna do the same thing. This time we're dealing with the sustainability intern. It looks like Councilmember Schlegel and Landman. So-
We'd like to withdraw ours because we were trying to achieve the same thing, but in the subsequent research by Councilmember DeBala, she's come to a understanding about what kind of intern support was most useful. So,
Okay,
thank
so you're withdrawing your item?
Yeah.
Okay.
May I speak?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the sustainability program is very important. The goal that we have is very real. The problem that we have is very real. Over the years, we've added money for projects, for outreach, for contracts. We are hitting the limit of what the staff can do. And the staff, what they really need is another body, not another temporary body, not an intern, not a bunch of volunteers. They need a full-time professional body. Can't do that this year. This is the best I can do, with apologies to the staff. And so I did just want to say that get ready, because I think we need to seriously consider this for next year.
So Councilmember DeBala, because your item is new, I am a little confused on how you derived the 18,000 that you're proposing.
Okay, so there were two interns this year. The one was a fellow. They were paid more. The money came from a different source, but the fact is they were paid more, they were more professional, they came with more experience and a master's degree, and were able to hit the ground running and basically create, develop, and manage a new program, which is the multifamily recycling program. So that's the closest you can get to having a staff person. Interns, we've all had them, many of us have had them. Yeah, you do have to spend a lot of time with them. And if you don't have a lot of time to start with, that is kind of a problem. So that's why I have, in discussion with staff, amended my proposal to say, let's have one person, pay them more, get someone with more experience who can run more on their own, rather than two people that we have to spend time keeping track of. I hope that logic makes sense to everybody.
One question I have is because the interns before were a part of a program, and sometimes that can create a slightly different tier of interns or fellows because they're a part of a program, the selective and the like. So what I'm not quite understanding is, from staff's perspective, has there been an issue with staff-initiated internship programs and the salary for those interns not being sufficient?
In my prior comments, the previous meetings, I'm not aware of a difficulty in hiring or applicants to the intern position. It's probably the area we are. There's a lot of interest, a lot of school programs, and so.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Okay, just checking to see. Okay, seeing no more lights. Just want to make sure there's. Yep.
Mayor Cersei,
Councilmember
my
Hunter, sorry, I
hand up.
didn't
I
see
don't
your hand.
know.
Go right ahead.
That's okay. It was my recollection that, unless I'm missing something, Councilmember DeBala, that what Director Braithwaite just said was her understanding and experience that it has not been an issue at the salary rate. Have I missed a key data point here about why you are still thinking this is a necessary item?
My experience tells me that if you pay more, you get more experienced people. So if you advertise for an intern and you get someone who's in school, you advertise for a fellow who with a master's degree, you get a different kind of person.
Okay, Councilmember Westlake?
Thank you. I just want to make a comment. I believe I'm going to vote no on this because I'm trying to limit in scope what we add here, but I definitely hear what you're saying about not having enough staff to do things.
Yeah.
And I would be very open to having a conversation about, do we need more staff there or in other places? I know our staff is really stretched thin, and I know that costs a lot of money, but I'm open to thinking about that more creatively as we go into next year's budget process.
Yeah, and so again, this all has come about because my desire is to help the program as it is in any way possible, and the need for contract dollars, for equipment, for all of the other kinds of things you might, categories of things, is not necessary. What's necessary is more help. So this is my attempt to get them more and better help. But it's a what I'm trying to say, but it's a stopgap.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Schlegel?
Just related to this, I had a conversation on Earth Day with Sustainability Manager Estrada, and she did express, she wasn't, to be clear, she was not advocating for anything. I was simply asking, what's the difference between an intern and a fellow? And she explained how a fellow can really come in and take a job assignment and run with it with the level of preparation and training that they have. So I'm just sharing that for my colleagues' awareness.
Thank you for that. Okay, so the item that is on the floor is the sustainability intern salary increase of 18,000. And with the, I'm not seeing any other hands, or that's the voting hand. No, ready. With the clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Wesselek,
No.
Councilmember Hanzak,
No.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Yes.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
No. Okay, the next item is grants for community quality of life.
Point of order. Could I request that at the end of the votes that the city clerk affirms if it went forward or not, and the numbers? I'd really, that would help.
Sorry, I count and then I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm trying to stay open to it, so, all right.
I heard it as it passed.
Yeah,
The
it passed.
18,000.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, a point of order. We were just discussing how it's reclassifying something as a fellow. As a friendly amendment to the spreadsheet, could the change be made? Because it looks like we're going to pay another sustainability intern or something $18,000, but we're talking about an increase to make it a fellow position.
Increase is already there. Okay. Okay, all right, we're moving on. Grants for community quality of life. DeBala, Landman, and Schlegel has suggested $100,000 increase for the grant. Okay, just want to check to see if there's any points of discussion on this item.
I have a point of discussion.
Okay, Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, I just want to clarify in case people didn't have a chance to read my email. So on Monday night, we had a lot of discussion about emergency assistance to individual families who are caught up in various versions of the federal changes in policy. And at that point, we were talking about taking that money out of the community quality of life grants. I mean, putting that money into the community quality of life grants. Since then, I've had a couple of discussions with the director of HCD. And it's his recommendation, I'm looking at him in case I get it wrong, that it still be funded, that program not be funded through the community grants program, which is the grants committee, but that it be a grant, again, not staff doing the program, staff doing a grant or contract, but that it be in emergency assistance. So I just want to clarify that the $100,000 for grants for the community quality of your life to the grants committee does not include the direct emergency assistance program we were talking about Monday night. Did I make things worse?
Hi. For the emergency assistance, the big thing of the 70,000, I think there was one question remained about whether or not there was going to be a desire by council to increase the flexibility in terms of who would be eligible for that emergency assistance by increasing the dollar amount. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what would be covered. Would it simply be an increase in what we're currently doing, and or options that would be made available for emergency assistance, what we have right now, but we just have increased capacity to do so, eviction prevention, those kinds of things, or are you anticipating doing something more with that 70,000?
Yeah, so the discussion with Councilmember DeBala, the understanding I have is that the desire would be to use those funds to assist households impacted by federal policy. The reason why I suggested putting those funds in emergency assistance rather than community quality of life is there is a specific programmatic desire with those. With community quality of life, we respond to applications that come in. And so if there is a specific desire, we have to program it. This could be accomplished by working with grantees that we have under Immigrant Support Services. So what we would do is speak with those grantees specifically about their specific programs and seek to utilize the funds that way through a direct contract for services.
Okay, thank you. So it wouldn't necessarily be an extension of the programs that exist right now, which have some pretty strict requirements from the county in terms of eligibility. It would be more having contractor support in the event that we need to identify either current grantees or other partners that we would want to work with.
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, may I ask another clarification question? I'm confused because some of the grantees that we currently have who are providing immigrant support services, some of the expansions that we were discussing that really would constitute a form of emergency assistance, that are you saying that you would look to use funds that are placed in the emergency support $70,000 figure, emergency assistance to contract with those same entities, but for a slightly in a slightly different way, or because when you discussed this with us the other day, you mentioned that you had an outside contractor that you worked with before on emergency assistance that was separate and apart from these NGOs that are more community volunteer driven, and that was more like a professional nonprofit, I think, than the community NGO. So I want to understand, maybe there are two different routes to the same end here. Some would be in one pot of money and the other, some would be in the other. Is that what we're really talking about?
So I'll speak to kind of the thought process staff would have in this specific case, and that might help answer the question about how much money council would like to put in specific pots. So if there is a desire to help households who have been directly impacted by federal actions, staff would be looking to specifically put that money into the hands of a nonprofit that is doing that work currently, that has the capacity to administer that sort of program. So the program, the nonprofit that we had previously contracted with no longer exists, but there are other nonprofits, professional nonprofits, that we could put money into that we have pre-existing relationships with. So not to say that a nonprofit might not put in a community quality of life application, but this would be a specific sole source procurement. I think in terms of immigrant support services, this would be, from staff's perspective, separate, because we would be saying very specifically, this is the kind of program that we are looking to run. Here are the general guardrails. Please go out and do that and provide us reporting.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Westlake, is that a voting light?
No, thank you. I think my question at this point, when we did, I believe, a budget amendment this past year where we gave, I believe, $50,000 to several organizations doing, that came from the general fund, right?
I believe it came from
It came
assigned
from an
res-
assigned reserve.
It
Yeah.
came from the assign, okay. Okay, then, thank you. Then I think, I understand the idea for the 70,000 for the emergency assistance. To me, that sounds like a very separate and specific function that I would believe should come from the assigned reserves, which is not what we're discussing tonight. So I plan to vote no on that.
Okay. Councilmember Schlegel.
During a recent work session along those same lines, Councilmember Westlake, I became convinced that there were two issues here. One was making assumptions about staff bandwidth for standing up a new relationship. And the second was that while we certainly want to demonstrate that we're ready to respond, we don't exactly know what we're going to be responding to yet. And for that reason, I felt that we demonstrated in the current fiscal year that we can be pretty nimble, and that we have that assigned reserve set aside. So I'm also going to be voting no on these.
Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm going to be. I believe I'm going to. I may be convinced differently, but I'm looking at the emergency assistance, which isn't labeled in line 35, but it seems like it's for federal people impacted by federal actions, and also the 100. Yeah, the 100. Both of those, I feel like we need more information before we know what number needs to go out at this time.
Hold on one second, Councilmember DeBala, you're next.
Oh, I thought Kara was next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Honzak, you're next.
Thank you. Are you able to see my raised hand on the screen?
It is small on the screen, so.
Okay, no, I just wasn't sure if that's the best way to say that I wanted to speak. So I am unclear on these items still. I'm sorry. It's perhaps it's because I have a number of residents who have utilized the emergency assistance program. So I'm extremely lucid on how that program works. And the criteria is super clear. And we had a conversation well, there's two things. So if I look at the emergency assistant line, I'm asking Director McNally to please clarify what is the 60,000 addition that you're talking about there, to be precise, in your mind.
Yeah.
And whatever it is, I feel it should be separate on a separate line. Unless you're really talking about the same thing as the current, it's a program. The emergency assistance program is on your website. It's really clear how it works.
Yep. And And that could be a more clean way to do it, is having it as its own separate line. The reason why I said the emergency assistance program is the discussion, putting it in the same bucket as community quality of life would have been confusing. We are
Definitely.
the only ones who use the emergency assistance program, and so that line item is much more clean, but it can be a separate line for the purposes of this. The
But
request.
but what is it? What are you talking about when you're talking about emergent? Well, when assuming you understand what DeBala meant by 70,000 in the emergency assistance bucket, what is that to you?
Yeah,
What does that say to you? What is that for?
Yeah, my understanding is it's direct assistance to households impacted by federal actions.
So it's not the current program of emergency assistance, or it's a different program than what we currently have expanded? What is it exactly?
It is
Or you don't know?
separate from emergency assistance.
It is separate. The 70,000 is separate from our current and existing emergency assistance program.
Correct.
It would be essentially an expansion of it.
That is baffling to me.
No, okay.
We
never
have a
mind the word
program called,
expansion.
I think we need to use a different name. We have, the
All right, we
city
need to use a different
has a
name. The
very
need-
clearly defined program called emergency
Yes.
assistance. And the way it works, I just dealt with a resident today. I looked on the website. The criteria is you can either use it for utility assistance to resolve a crisis. That's one of the criteria, or you can use it if you've got an eviction notice. So if we're talking about something different, I need total clarity on what that difference is, please. Director McNally, please, or DeBala if it's different. But first from Director McNally, because I'm hearing different things from different people.
So the proposal, as I understand it, is there is a desire to give money directly to households that are impacted by federal immigration actions, which would be, in terms of staff, we wouldn't be able to necessarily do that sort of work directly. And so from the purposes of administering this, we would consider it as staff separate, because it would be working through some sort of nonprofit group.
And
So
I'm sorry, Councilmember Honzak, go right ahead.
no, I am kindly requesting, you're talking about the emergency assistance line. Can we please change that name to direct assistance for immigrant actions? If that's what does that align, DeBala, with how you understood that line item?
I had also
I think
thought
I
it
heard
might-
you saying something different.
I had thought it might also include federal workers who lost their jobs, but personally, my primary target was immigrant assistance, yes.
For
So
the
the-
70,000.
Yes.
So then I have
Okay,
the
'cause the
question.
way that-
Sorry,
So is it
Councilmember
a
Honzak, I want to get a quick clarification. So if the focus
Yeah.
of the emergency funds is immigrant services, then how is that different from immigrant support services that's included in the Community Quality of Life Grant? Or are we talking about additional technical assistance contracts or something of that nature, which would be different? And I apologize, Director McNally, because you're being put on the hook for something you didn't propose, right? So if we have this level of confusion, it's not your job to figure it out, right? It's council members' job to be able to clearly communicate what we're trying to use these dollars for. So
I'm trying.
So yeah, I think the distinction is that if you so there was a change to include immigrant support services, broadly speaking, as a category in community quality of life. That is a eligibility criteria. So any sort of proposed project that comes in under community quality of life related to that is eligible for funding. However, the city does not say, this is the program, go out and do it. We receive applications in for programs related to that, and then funding is awarded competitively. So if there are specific programs that council would like to do, then that would not, as I explained to Councilmember DeBala, that would not necessarily be the best place to put those funds if there is a specific purpose. And that is why I suggested the funding into emergency assistance as opposed to community quality of life. I realize that could be confusing, so it could be its own separate row, but it is separate from a just bucket that we can use to allocate funding for projects.
Right. And the additional 100,000, and I know that you have already answered this question, and I'm sorry, my brain is just going by the minute. It was very clear to me from the grants committee that they will take all the monies. So there is not a concern if we were to increase, because this additional 100 would put us total at, would that be 350? Did we budget the 250?
Yeah, we budgeted
Yeah.
250, so this would move it up to 350.
350. Okay.
So more along the lines of what it was funded 2 years ago.
Correct.
Okay, great. Councilmember DeBala, is that an old, okay.
It's not.
Okay, Councilmember DeBala.
I just would like to say another way to do this, if everybody's agreed. Since we took the money out of the assigned reserve last time, if people do not want to allocate money right now to this specific program, we could ask for a little more development of the project and then have it come back to council to take out of the assigned reserve. I hope I've been clear that the idea is that there are people out there who are suddenly without their breadwinner and under the current emergency assistance rules would need to wait until some other kind of emergency happens. So this would qualify them to get the assistance now and prevent them having to come back in a couple of months for some other emergency that was created by the first problem that was not of their making. Does that help at all?
I mean, I think it's important to remind everyone that our staff are already and continuously working on immigrant support projects. We have current contracts underway with We Are CASA. We have a number of efforts underway. So I don't even really believe that it would be necessary to give staff more direction. I mean, right now, it's already pretty baked, and if there was an additional need, the precedence has already been set for staff to come to council to do a budget amendment and to make a recommendation regarding the assigned reserve. So I don't think that that's something that we need to do tonight. I think that that is something that is already embedded in the workflow of staff and has been for over a year now. Okay, so Councilmember Westlake.
I believe I'm on the same page as you, Mayor Searcy. I feel like we have the grants, the community quality of life grants, we have emergency assistance, like Councilmember Honzak said, is already a standing program right now as it is. Both of those are fully funded in the budget that the city manager has provided to us. If we want to provide more, we want to provide funds for direct assistance for immigration things, that to me is 100% what the assigned reserve is, because I don't like the idea of adding a line to the general fund here for that, unless it was some other, like the past organization that we had a partnership and we gave them money to give direct assistance. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I completely concur with what you just said, Councilmember Westlake. I would just say that I think it's been made clear already that although we ramped up to 250 in the community quality of life, they know how they could use more in this grant cycle. So as I'm looking at the spreadsheet right now, this would be pulling from general fund, is that correct? If it was tied to a transfer from assigned of 100,000, I would support a tied transfer of 100,000 from assigned to general fund right now, and then and then making available 100,000, or just making this a transfer from assigned rather than from general fund, I would support the additional 100,000 for immigrant support and food insecurity. I do agree with Councilmember Westlake that I feel like we're more in a wait and see and figure this out thing on the emergency assistance for federal workers. I agree, though, that it's a very important need, and that we should look to assign reserves for it as soon as we can figure it out.
Again, the focus is not just federal workers. And you were talking about 100,000, not 70. So did you mean both programs?
Quality of life grants.
First, I was talking about the quality of life grants
Thank you.
and making that come from assigned, which is the purpose of the assigned. And then the second is to do a wait and see. I
Okay,
would argue for a wait and see.
Councilmember Landman, your light is on.
Yes.
Councilmember Honzak, you will be next. Councilmember Landman has been waiting.
Okay. I think that, I think we might be, I think we are in agreement about the potential for this expansion of funding available for the Quality of Life Grant Program being something that could meet known emergency needs, and that the immigrant support services types of things which take the form of emergency needs. Am I not hearing that? Are you saying only, Councilmember Westlake, only add it once the current amount is depleted from the emergency fund as opposed to
Councilmember
from the assigned reserve?
No, my understanding is that we've already directed the grants committee to dispense of money focused on one of three things. And
Yes.
immigration support is one of those.
Right.
So I don't know if we gave any kind of breakdown. So I don't understand. It doesn't, I'm not in favor of us saying, we'll put more money into community quality of life grants so we can give more to immigrant support services. Because we aren't directing them
Funding the
who
grants.
to fund beyond the three goals. We give them three goals and we give them money. And then they come back to us and say, here's who we think is the best to get the money.
I see. So the point is that it could be for other types of community quality of life grants that the $100,000 goes to. I mean, it's also conceivable that we could direct an additional $100,000 in community quality of life grants specifically for immigrant support services. You know, the way that sometimes a granting organization will say, here's our $1,050,000 is it? So
We
I
could,
think that
but
was.
I don't think that's fair to the grants committee. I think that that's adding an extra layer of complication. I think, again, we give them money, we gave them goals. We can say that's a really important one, but they know that already. We added it. So, yeah.
Okay.
And
Thank
I
you.
just
Now
want
I understand. Let me just then conclude with my remark is that I believe that the community quality of life grantors, the people that came to us to talk about how the grant committee could use the additional funds very effectively, I was persuaded that an extra $100,000 would be very well spent through that route, and that those are the people that are directly on the ground supporting the very people that I'm eager to help, both in food insecurity and in immigrant support needs that go beyond food security and that are outside the reach of our existing emergency assistance program, which is narrowly drawn on purpose. So I'm going to vote yes on adding the $100,000 here, and I would also find it sensible for us to consider since it's clearly for emergencies in many cases, the quality of life program, that it does make sense to draw from the assigned reserve, which is for emergencies, and that would be logical, but we don't necessarily need to do that in order to justify an additional $100,000 to support that program. That's my view. Thank you.
Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Honzak.
I'm sorry, I was talking to myself. I was
Oh.
on mute. For the grant for community quality of life, I believe that the criteria is extremely clear. I do think it's the best pathway to get money where it is being most effectively utilized at the moment, and can be moved relatively quickly compared to the city by community organizations They're more nimble than we are to move to the need and increase or decrease, for example, if they've already got a food security grant. So I feel confident in that mechanism. The emergency assistance, on the other hand, I believe it's been mislabeled based on our current program. And I think I would support the idea that I'm probably going to vote no on that one, not because I disagree with the thrust of what you're trying to go for, Councilmember Dybala. On the contrary, I think it's very important, but 90K was enough in the past for the criteria that we have, and I'm not convinced that we can simply change that. So if your idea was immigrant services, I think we should assess the needs as we move into the next year, because a lot of things are going to be shifting in directions that I'm not sure we're totally have a handle on just yet. And we want to make sure that our resources get to the right place. So if we increase the grants, I think we will do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. I really want us to call the vote because it's 11 o'clock and we have 20 votes to make and we are only at 7. The key point for me is I will be voting in favor of the Community Quality of Life grant increase. I think that all 3 of the items that are important are important. Food insecurity, we're seeing SNAP benefits being cut. Workforce development could definitely be of use to displaced federal workers, and immigrant support services are something that's important as well. I am having a lot of trouble with the emergency assistance conceptually, and I think that we can, I'll be voting that down. I think that there's a lot of things that need to be thought through internally and how it relates to the work that we're already doing. And I do think that we'll have an avenue to address funding if we need to do a budget amendment down the line. So with that, let's take the first item, which is the grants for community quality of life.
Mayor Searcy, would it be possible to propose that we do a vote on assigned reserves?
We need to do this vote first in the general fund, because if it does not pass, then the second vote is moot. Can we get through these votes? And then if there's a movement in the funds, we can talk about those when we get to those funds.
Okay, I'm just a little worried that we increase general fund spending by
You've just
100,000.
approved, if we scroll up, your first item, you've just approved an increase of about 318,000 for the staff item. In the reserves, there was an increase of 77,000, I believe, in terms of reserves. So we're looking at right now nearly $400,000 worth of increased reserves, and we haven't done anything else. Let's get through these votes.
I'm just saying that from an accounting standpoint and a looking back standpoint, at some point, we're going to be looking back and people will be saying, oh, look how much you spent in the general fund that year. And I'd rather if they saw that we were doing stuff from the assigned in ways that were appropriate to what the
Let's
assigned was
stick with
intended
the
for.
vote and the structure that we have here.
Okay.
So the item on the table right now is grants for community quality of life. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Aye.
Yes.
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 Yes. Is Carpenter speaking?
Yes, that's me. Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't hear you anymore.
I am so sorry. My microphone was off. So everyone has voted yes so far, and we're at you, and then there's 2 more after you.
I'm sorry, I thought it was a spontaneous flow of yeses. So yes.
Councilmember Wesselek?
Aye.
Mayor Searcy?
Aye. Okay, so that one moves. Let's go ahead and go to vote number, let's talk about we're not talking. Let's go ahead and vote on the emergency assistance item, line 13. Could the clerk call the roll on that one?
Councilmember Wesselek?
No.
Councilmember Honzak?
No.
Councilmember Gilbert?
No.
Councilmember Schlegel?
No.
Councilmember Dybala?
Yes.
Councilmember Landman?
No.
Mayor Searcy?
No.
Okay, let's give everybody a quick breather to type what they need to type. And
So just to announce the vote, so that the $100,000 passed.
And the emergency assistance did not.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay. And now we're going to move on to the library programming materials. And for this one, these are conceptually three things. There is a proposal to increase the library programming by Councilmember DeBala for $25,000. There's a proposal to increase the library programming by $50,000 by Councilmember Schlegel and Landman. And there is a yes, so there's two items for library funding. There is one by Councilmember DeBala, and there is one by Councilmember Schlegel and Landman. And then there is another item regarding the movement of this to the assigned reserve.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go right ahead.
Can someone please remind me why we feel that the library needs additional money?
Our goal was to give the librarian sufficient flexibility to do some of the programming increases that she mentioned were wanted, but also to make available sufficient funds that part-time staff could be made available or could be brought in to keep the library open on additional hours. And those were the and the number that I have that we offered was based on pure fiction on my part, but mostly on an attempt to make sure that the costs were sufficient to cover those needs, and also to make sure that there was sufficient funding, if need be, to support the additional oversight, if you will, during very busy hours when the students are coming off of school. And some of that might come from other programmatic areas, but putting it in the library was a shorthand for making sure that there was staffing funding to go with that. And the suggestion in the other column was that we thought it was a better use of the interest earned on the assigned reserve to not put it back in the assigned reserve, which we considered large enough already, but to instead put it in the general fund so that it could cover these services.
Councilmember Honzak, yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, could I just continue that line of questioning real quick? Is programming and materials actually the right category if the goal is primarily, as I heard you, there was some discussion about generic programming, but a lot of what I'm hearing you talking about is part-time work and extending hours and things like that.
If we are talking about,
has that actually,
if
yeah,
we are
has that
talking about
actually been
additional,
discussed?
if we're talking about additional staffing, temporary staffing, it would be very helpful to have that as a separate line item.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but that's why I want some clarity. I will tell folks just hearing you say that, Landman, again, I want to make sure we're real clear on what it is that we think we're funding. I have had other conversations with the librarian quite some time ago, not related to the budget, but I had some constituents asking if the library could remain open in additional hours, and it was my takeaway that that is not really possible at this time, not so much based on budget, but but based on, the limitations of an independent library and a fixed number of staff. So it's not like you can just kind of move people around and hope that you'll extend hours. I just want to make sure that we're not setting the library up for an unrealistic expectation in the words that you have just chosen. So anyway, I will probably be voting no on both of these items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember DeBala.
I just wanted to clarify that the proposal that I made was specific to programming, and I was looking at the money that the Friends of the Library, thank you, Friends of Library, raises and uses, and I was saying, what if that same amount of money was available to the library in addition or instead? Because you can't guarantee that a group of residents, volunteer group of residents, is always going to be able to produce the money. So that was my idea, and that was where the number came from, because their budget is 13.9, something like that. So I rounded up to 15.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. I will say that I echo Councilmember Honzak's concerns. If we are talking about increases in hours, I think this is a gross underestimate of the cost. I do, however, think that, and will be supporting Councilmember DeBala's proposal, giving some flexibility to the library staff, because I do understand that we have a lot of youth, teens in particular, that are coming into the library every day. And I think that if we could have some additional resources that the library could use to try to help with providing more supports for our teens. So if it is about programming and materials that can kind of give our librarians a little bit more financial support to come up with some new innovative programming to help with the issue of teens in the library, I think that would be an effective use of funds. With that, we're going to kind of move this item on for a vote. We're going to start with the big one.
We withdraw our big one.
You're withdrawing. Okay. Even better, even easier.
So it's the 25,000.
It's the 25,000.
Being voted on now.
Okay.
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Yes.
Councilmember Honzak,
No.
Councilmember Wesselek,
Aye.
Mayor Cersei.
Aye.
So that passes, one vote against.
Yes. And I just want to make sure, because we're the request to move the line item to the assigned reserves was based on the 50,000. So it would negate that one as well, unless there's new proposals that come up. Yeah.
Could we vote on whether we now move 25,000 from assigned?
I would say let's get through the general fund and then get to where we end up with the assigned reserve modifications that are being suggested to see whether or not there'll need to be an adjustment.
But these were tied together for this voting section, right?
These two, the 50,000, no. So you have two separate
I thought it was a
items.
triple tied together.
No.
Okay.
So you had
All right.
two items. Your item was tied to the assigned,
Okay.
but hers was not.
Got it. Thanks for the clarification.
Okay.
Election board assistance.
Election board.
May I?
Councilmember DeBala.
So I would like to ask the city clerk if there's been any clarification. Pardon?
I've been asking Jesse confirmation from the board.
I know. We have not identified a specific use for the additional money at
Okay.
this time.
So for me, it was a placeholder, waiting, because that surprises me. But for me, it was a placeholder. And it sounds like the placeholder is 0, not 30,000. So Councilmember Gilbert looks a little. Oh, okay.
I'm waiting.
say the word, withdraw.
Wait until you finish your
So-
thought. I'm hanging on to every word.
I withdraw the proposal because it was, again, to help the election board. Sounds like they don't have a specific use for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll just add that that could be handled later should the need arise through a budget amendment, if there's a true need.
Okay, great. Okay, so withdrawing the election board assistance item. Next item is the decrease in postponed hiring of the one police private first class item. And that was proposed by Councilmember Schlegel and Landman. Okay, just wanted to see if there's any points of discussion. Otherwise, we will, Councilmember Gilbert, I see you.
Yes, ma'am. With respect to the work that has been put in by Councilmember Schlegel and Councilmember Landman, I'm going to be voting no to this. And I wanted to just provide some context for, I know the chief spoke a little bit about it a couple of weeks ago. And we've already lost the corporal's position, and I know the city manager knows how much that bothered me, and I understand the impact, I think I do anyway, that it will have on workload for at least one of our officers, who's one of our most hardworking and dedicated officers that we've had with the agency for quite some time. And he's going to be doing the work of probably 2 officers for unforeseeable future. I'm hoping that we can find some relief for him. But the idea of cutting one more position is something that I don't think many people outside of myself and the officers that are in this room can understand the impact. I've worked 12-hour shifts for a number of years. It's a 12-hour shift is a long time to be on alert and to be prepared for some of the things that we may have to do. I say we still, I apologize. But on a day shift when you have to deal with 2 rush hours and everything that comes with it, and the reporting, and high-risk circumstances that may arise, and then to be told after you're exhausted from a 12-hour shift that you got to stay for 3 or 4 more hours, and that the days that you have off, which in any particular pay period could be 3, could be 4, you're going to lose one of those days off because you're short. It's something I don't think a lot of people can comprehend. The impact that it has on you physically, mentally, your families, the officer safety, and the impact that it has on community safety. The last thing you want is an exhausted police officer showing up for something that you find to be serious, that's trying to navigate through that on little sleep. And I say all this to say, there are officers right now, as the chief explained, that are in those circumstances, and they're waiting for help. And I know hiring has been something that's been difficult, as the chief explained. And we talked a little bit earlier about the market that we're in and how difficult it is to find good police officers and good employees, period, because of where we are. And it's a challenge, and I'm hoping that recruiting is working hard to find replacements. But we have officers waiting, and every position counts. I started my career, we had 37 officers, 3-person minimums on patrol, and then we annexed and we had to increase. It's dangerous out there without enough staffing. And that one position makes a world of difference. Again, I'm agonizing over the loss of that corporal's position. We cannot afford to lose any more. Every position counts. I know we're not doing covert operations, which is something that's essential support to our patrol division and our criminal investigators. And we're not doing that because we're short. And we need to hire officers, and we need to get that kind of stuff up and running again for the safety and crime prevention efforts that we expect from our police department.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you very much for that, Councilmember Gilbert. I listened to every word that you said, and I truly respect the perspective you're giving there. I just wanted to clarify some of the thinking that was behind this request originally, from my perspective. The first was that, quite frankly, in the police section of the budget, that department's presentation and statements of management objectives and things, it left me with a lot of unknowns. I'm just going to say unknowns. And you all saw that I ended up posing lots of questions, trying to understand the numbers and the data behind those sorts of things. Like, for example, like you've just said things about overtime that I could not glean that either from the budget, from the presentation, or from the questions and answers. I was trying to find out, well, where are we at? We have like an unusually large number of vacancies. Where is the overtime being used? And that is not currently being tracked, apparently. So it leads to questions of, if we've seen a big crime drop this year, and we have a lot of positives to report, even with the current 7 vacancies, how do we know, just based on those presentations, right? How do we know what the right size is? The second clarification I wanted to make was, in the context, was that this was in no way a cut being proposed. It was just looking at, realistically, looking at a fiscal year when we were going to be starting 7 down in vacancies with 2 cadets in training, and just wondering what are the chances that it gets up to a full complement in that budget year. So I know we might say that that's somewhat covered in the execution rate, but that's a lot of positions down. And I just wondered, are there some fundamental things about the pace of hiring or the market, all those things you mentioned, that need to be examined? So it was more or less saying, you're 37 now, and or was it 30? It was at 36, with full complement being 43. And at the time this was proposed, it was saying, let's imagine that there's some more information needed to understand what's going on, and just hold one position unfilled for those 12 months. So it in no way was meant to draw a conclusion that a cut has to be made. So it was a little bit, quite frankly, of my frustration that I just did not feel that the metrics and the numbers coming from the department were clear enough for me, just as a resident supposed to do oversight, to really understand. It was not meant in any way to assume that I understand operations or needs. It was just that I don't understand operations and needs. So I just offer that as clarification.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember DeBala.
Thank you. I'll make it brief. To me, the reduction in crime rate is at least in part because we have a full complement of police here, and I think it's a dangerous precedent to want to have the number of officers follow the trends in the crime rate and having it go down and up like that. So I do not support this.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. I will say the city has done a ton of work. You got a little bit of that tonight with the comp and class study, but we've done a wage study. We've also done an organizational assessment, which is available on our website if you're ever interested in whether or not we have the right staffing levels within our police department. Because there was an entire study that was done looking at for the types of services that we provide and the number of the types of needs that they have to perform or actions they have to perform, what would be the ideal objective number of officers that we would need to have, and it was in the 40s, right? Where we're supposed to be, right? So I think that it is very important for us to not, especially when we have independent, objective data available to the contrary, to not feel like staffing should be at a particular level, especially when we have evidence to suggest what the factual level of staffing should be. There's going to be ebbs and flows in employment all the time. You're going to have people come in and go, and that's just the nature of the beast. But I think one of the things that is important for me is making sure that when there are opportunities to make sure that we're fully staffed, that we do that, particularly when there's tons of studies that are available on a website that tells us what that ideal staffing level should be. With that, we're going to move. Let me give you a little bit more time, Ron.
I will withdraw this reconciliation item. I think co-withdraw with Councilmember Landman.
You want to do that for real, Councilmember Landman?
I want to thank Councilmember Gilbert for what he just explained to us. I thought it was extremely helpful to get his insights from inside the job. And I do not, and I'm willing to withdraw this item.
All right, withdraw. Okay, so let's move on to the next item. The next item is the traffic study, Lincoln Ave. Councilmember Schlegel and Landman proposed moving this item from the general fund to the red light camera fund. Any points of
Which is
discussion?
now very rich, right, relatively speaking.
Pretty much. All right, seeing no lights, would the clerk call the roll on this one?
Councilmember Westlake,
No.
Councilmember Honzak,
Wait a minute. Transfer to the red light camera fund?
Right, let's move in the Lincoln Avenue.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Honzak, you were next.
Okay, I'm sorry. I heard some other talking there.
Sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Abstain.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Yes.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Landman,
Yes.
Mayor Cersei.
Yes. Okay, the next item is the fringe benefits due to the additional police pension. Was proposed, and this is one where we would need to take into account what was line 39, 64, and 65. So that would be the fringe, and then there would be in the general fund, unassigned fund balance, there were adjustments made there as well to account for this one. The staff has recently, the council has recently received a memo on this item in terms of the impact of a proposed movement of $550,000 from the ERR to the police pension and what the impacts of that would be. I do just want to quickly provide staff with an opportunity to describe those impacts, and I know that there was options that were presented, but whether or not there is a firm recommendation from staff on what council should consider when it's decision-making on this particular item, it would be very helpful.
Given the hour, we will try to keep it short. It is a relatively complex matter to explain, but we'll use kind of a very general summary to try to capture the major points. So the proposal is to transfer $550,000 from what is currently an allocation of $1.1 million to the ERR. Transfer $550,000 of that 1.2, excuse me, not 1.1, to the police pension fund, leaving $650,000 to be contributed to the ERR. the general aim of that, as staff understand it, is to provide an earlier contribution with the intent of lowering future contributions. And the short answer to the question of the benefit is that there is a benefit, and that the gross benefit, according to Bolton's calculation, is approximately $1.2 million. The gross benefit is important, an important distinction to make, because the $550,000 that we would contribute early, we would contribute anyway. And so you have to deduct that from the gross savings of 1.2. And what I mean by contributed anyway, the pension plan, as you all probably well know, assumes regular contributions on an annual basis. So that $550,000 that we would contribute early would have been distributed over a period of time, approximately 22 years. And so the benefit of contributing early is the fact that you earn a return on that $550,000 sooner. And the result is that you have to pay less in every subsequent year. That net savings of the reduction in payment for every subsequent year is the 1.2 less the 550, which is approximately $653,000. So that is a nominal sum of the deductions over 22 years. I use nominal intentionally because the value of $1 in 22 years is less than the value of $1 today. And so it's not exactly $653,000 if you were to deduct the lesser value of those dollars into the future. What that net present value is exactly, it would take us some more time to figure that out in conversation with Bolton. They did a quick and dirty to get us something very quickly. The next question I think to ask as a result of the study is, what is the immediate impact to the ERR, right? And so we look at this two ways. One is, if we didn't fund the ERR anymore beginning the current fiscal year, how long does the ERR last? We do that analysis on a regular basis, just to get a sense for the current balance versus the expected expenses. The FY27 proposed budget gets us to FY30, and the lesser contribution that is proposed by Councilmembers Lamon and Schlegel also gets us to FY30. We do another analysis, which is if we continue to fund appropriately, how long can we expect the ERR to be solvent? Our current ERR projections take us to FY36, and so the current proposed FY27 budget assumes that with our regular contributions of $1.1 million, we are solvent to FY36. The same is true if we only contribute $550 this year, with the assumption that we pick back up the $1.1 million contribution in future years. Now, that's half of the analysis, because there are a number of considerations that aren't captured in the numbers alone. And that's where the recommendation from staff to not proceed with a diversion of the $550 to the pension fund comes from. In short, there are a number of considerations. One is the fact that both the ERR projections and the Bolton study are based on a number of assumptions that have to hold true in order for those numbers to pan out. And the reality is they probably won't. The Bolton assumptions, probably the primary one of interest is the fact that there's an investment return of 7.25%. Who knows, right? On the ERR side, we are assuming that our projections about capital costs in out years are constant, or our projections now are accurate, and they won't be. In many cases, we can expect those capital costs to increase because there are a number of capital costs that aren't currently included in the ERR. As for instance, the vehicle replacement schedule doesn't include beyond a certain number of years. So there are a number of vehicles in out years that aren't even counted in the current approximation for outer years. As a part of our dialogue related to the budget, I think certain council members pointed out specific items that aren't included in the ERR. And those items that staff have responded to in the affirmative, suggesting that you're right, these ought to be things that are included in the ERR in future years. That's things like EV vehicles, that's things like charging infrastructure and solar panels. When you ask those questions, staff said, yeah, we'll be considering that over the next 2-3 years. The biggest one that is a conversation amongst staff, council, and the public right now is the fact that we are contemplating the redevelopment of a rec center. And as we've shared before, the expected cost is anywhere between $17 and $20 million. And that is an enormous cost for the city to bear, even if it's financed or bonded. That debt service is at that level is probably not something that the city is capable of bearing if we have to bear the full cost. And support programs from the federal government and elsewhere are unlikely at this point. And so one of the considerations in recent presentation to council is the idea that, well, we might have to hold on to the rec center longer than we expected. This was also a question that was proposed to staff and, again, the FAQs. And the response that was shared, which is very consistent with the presentation that Director McNally gave us relatively recently, is that the expected cost over a period of time is $500,000 to maintain the facility as is. Break that down over the course of 10 years, that's $50,000 a year. That cost to keep the rec center in its current condition is not a part of the ERR, but it is a capital cost. It is a building, and that building has equipment, and that is something that, in theory, if this is something that we need to be planning for in the future, something that should be considered as a part of the ERR. So there are a number of considerations associated with future planning of ERR that are not captured in the current model. And so the recommendation from staff is not to proceed with the diversion of funds from the ERR to the pension fund, but we are recommending two alternatives. The first alternative is to consider the unassigned reserve. So right now, during our reconciliation process, we are currently projecting unassigned reserve above 17%. And so in theory, depending on where this reconciliation pans out, there's the opportunity to utilize unassigned reserve to accomplish what I think, to accomplish what you're trying to do, which is pay down the pension up front. Now that'll all be determined on how this conversation pans out, but that is a potential option. Now, with that, there are other considerations that I think council also has to keep in mind. The fact that we're in the middle of union negotiations and you all are having conversations about trying to use unassigned reserve to support our immigrant residents and so on and so forth. So it's one of the things that you have to weigh. The second alternative that staff have proposed is a contribution from assigned reserve as assigned reserve is released. So staff are not recommending that the assigned reserve be released as a part of the initial FY27 budget, but we do expect to continue to analyze the assigned reserve over the course of FY27 and 28. And so as council and staff decide that there are portions of assigned reserve that can be released, council can consider the released dollars for contribution to the pension fund.
That, to pick up on what David said, which I very much agree with, is that the over the course of the next fiscal year, as we, and we proposed, again, to have a healthy assigned reserve for the various reasons, potential loss of income tax revenue and other unexpected costs, it certainly would be within the ability of council during the course of the fiscal year to track along with staff what the balance is in that fund, to what degree we've had to go to the assigned reserves and make some judgments, again, during the course of the fiscal year as to whether you might want to pull some of that to, say, address the police pension fund. My recommendation, first and foremost, would be to fully fund the ERR and rather than make, at this juncture, a contribution to the fund, is we need to hold some back because we are in the midst of negotiations. We've got 2 unions that we have not, and they've testified to the same fact, that we won't have closure prior to the closure of this budget. We also have the comp and class study, which we've just heard a presentation on. Depending on how council ultimately wishes to execute the implementation of that, could have a bearing on the estimated cost that we've put in the proposal so far. So all of that argues, in my opinion, for keeping some funds in reserve, so to speak, not necessarily assigning any more expense than we have to, so that we can, to me, it's a more clear and present need to be in a position to respond to what we need to do with the employees.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to say thank you so much to both of you. In particular, Deputy Eubanks, you gave us an elaborate and unbelievably clear explanation that I think, if the public was willing to listen this late at night, was so clear that I have no questions, and we had the memo. So I would like to call the question.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. We have a motion to call the question. Councilmember Lamb, I see your light. Is that light to vote?
I would like to respond to the, when you call the question, do we have to vote on that before, or can we, what's the proper procedure if I have an inquiry?
There is,
Can I ask a point of information?
you can ask a point of information.
Okay. Robert's rules have left an hour ago. So I very much appreciate the explanation, and the memo was also very helpful. And I especially wanted to just get clarification. I think I'm hearing you say that at the end of the budget season and at the end of the union negotiation season, that you would see it as not irresponsible. You would see it as a potentially useful thing to consider, looking at the $3 million assigned reserve as a potential way to move out of the assigned reserve universe as we get more clarity in the 2027, 2028. So is that something we could look to the staff to come back to us with, as opposed to us having to, the council having to initiate that conversation later on?
Is that with respect to a potential contribution to the fund, or was that just,
the exit strategy for the assigned reserve fund? That it implies that you are in, and there's a reference to this in there, I think in the Bolton report, or it might have been Raptellis, I forget, that there would be some kind of an exit strategy contemplated for the assigned reserve, and you're seeing this as a potential component of that. I don't know whether exit strategy is the right, you
I'm
use
not,
the terminology.
I'll be honest, I'm not completely understanding the question, but I think
Release,
you've got, so you have some
the
funds.
point at
and-
which you come to release the reserve, the assigned reserve, that this would be a mechanism for doing so, that would be one of the things that you would be contemplating.
Well, there's a number of things that council could consider use of if ultimately that assigned reserve is not tapped based on need during the course of the year, right? Right. And something that will be more imminent will be the conclusion of negotiations and decisions that we'll need to discuss with council and ultimately needing direction with respect to implementation of the comp and class study. There will be, I just want to make sure that we're recommending that you have the latitude to address those things in a timely way without, committing those, I'll call them discretionary funds, whether it's in the assigned reserve or any unassigned reserves above the 17%. All are funds that would be available to council, but to make sure that we've got some wherewithal to address these more clear and present needs that we'll be talking to council about in the next couple months.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to call the vote. Is there a second?
I had one more.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of calling the vote, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed because I had a question.
Any abstain? All right, we're calling the vote.
Okay, it requires 5. Do we get
Okay,
that?
let's make sure that that's, how many do we have? One. How many did you vote to call the vote? And Councilmember Honzak made the motion. Councilmember Honzak, are you okay with
I'm
the?
in favor of my motion.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so the motion that is on the table is a bit of a bundle. So it is to increase the fringe benefit due to the additional police pension contribution.
Mayor Cersey, point of order, we would like to withdraw this item.
Okay. All right, so that means we are withdrawing. Can that happen? Can a withdrawal happen when we're getting ready, when we've already made the vote? After we've already,
You voted to call the question.
we voted to
in
call the
support of that.
question,
if
but they withdrew before we called the vote, so then we could just withdraw.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. So that means we're gonna get rid of, I think it's line 39. Then we would go down to line 64 and line 65. Okay. All right. So the next items are these are also items that are pairs. Where there is a movement of items from the assigned reserve to the general fund unassigned fund balance category, and there are 3 of these items. The first is the income tax uncertainty, a reduction of 5% in the assigned reserve and movement to the unassigned fund balance. Councilmember Schlegel.
That's an old light.
Okay, all right. Seeing no lights or questions on this one, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
I'm just making sure, so we're voting on reducing the amount of the
Reducing the
The
amount of the income tax
income tax.
uncertainty assigned reserve by 5%.
all
and-
three, all three.
No,
Just
we're,
the-
we're doing each one individually.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So the vote
mhm.
is to reduce the assigned reserve, income tax uncertainty reserve by 5%.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And move it to the general fund balance on
Yeah,
this.
I thought we were doing them all together.
Point of
So
order, before we
now I
went
know.
with the highest cost one first and then worked our way down. But
Well,
No, so, okay, so that is, okay, I just realized, I thought this was for the different bound.
Madam Mayor, we're not actually sure why the third item here is here.
Hold on, let me check the
The
master list.
50% reduction.
Let me
'cause
make sure I
think
didn't fudge up.
We
and-
intended to propose a 5% reduction, not a 50% reduction.
We received both. So
Okay.
there was one correspondence that had 5%, there was a separate correspondence that had 50%.
Okay, it might be, it was a typo.
Okay, so do
Yeah,
you want to
so,
withdraw the?
Withdraw the one that's on line.
Yeah, it was not a typo, I'll own that.
Oh, okay. Pardon me.
The 50% was because there was a pending deadline for getting a reconciliation item in, and then further research suggested that there is a great deal of uncertainty, in fact, yes.
Do you want to keep it?
Withdraw number,
Okay.
line 70, please.
Let's withdraw 70 and 77.
Okay, now that I know.
Okay, so now the question is still on the table, to decrease the income tax uncertainty assigned reserve balance by 5% and increase the, unassigned fund balance by 5%.
My turn.
Councilmember, are these lights to vote?
All right, let's party. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
No.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert,
No.
Councilmember Honzak,
No.
Councilmember Wesselek,
No.
Mayor Cersey.
No.
Okay, so it fails.
And so the next item is the, decreasing the grant funding uncertainty assigned reserve by 15% and increasing the general fund balance unassigned by that same amount.
Let's see. Councilmember DeBala, is that an old light? All right. Seeing no lights, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Wesselek,
No.
Councilmember Honzak,
No.
Councilmember Gilbert,
No.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Yes.
Councilmember DeBala,
No.
Councilmember Landman,
Yes.
Mayor Cersey.
No. And I just want to provide a little bit of rationale for folks that may be watching. For me, the percentage approach does not align with the intent of the funds, and it doesn't have a clear rationale for why those percentages were chosen. So so we're actually cooking with grease now, y'all. We are now down in the stop sign camera fund. The big thing that I just want to make sure of for council members, Landman and Schlegel, is that the items that are crossed out should indeed be dropped. So the decrease in the security cameras, decrease in upgrade firearm holsters, decrease in NVG's IR technology for patrol, decrease in bike patrol unit equipment, decrease in ballistic shields, decrease in firearms training simulation, which we discussed. Some of these got picked up on the staff side, and the stimulation training equipment, which I think is another one. Are all of those items that were proposed but have since been dropped?
I don't recall dropping any of these items except for unless the staff side has already dropped them. We withdrew some.
I remember differently. I remember that these are all, can be withdrawn because they had been dropped earlier on in the discussions. I think it is correct. And the ones below the blue are the ones that were dropped by the police department.
And added to the staffing item.
Those were already withdrawn by the police department or the city manager.
Yeah.
Simulators and the training equipment.
Correct. We voted on those earlier this evening.
But several of the items, like
Yep, they were moved, and if you go to, yep,
bike patrol.
So just so I'm sure I understand, so for example, ballistic shields, are those being funded at this point?
Yeah, those were not dropped, to my knowledge. Certainly staff recommends we continue with those items. We just dropped certain ones, not all of them.
Okay.
well, they withdrew. That, I think the issue is that staff were dealing with items that were the two of you together, and then sometimes they might have received individuals. So I just want to make sure that, so for the police department put forward the items involving the firearms training simulator, the stimulation, the upgrade in firearms and holsters. These are the things that the police department has already put forward. We voted on these earlier this evening. And so now all I need to do is just get confirmation from you all that these items, some of them were, again, picked up by the police department. So like the upgrade in the firearms and holsters, the firearms training simulator, the stimulation training equipment, but things like the security cameras, the NVG IR technology for patrol, the bike patrol unit equipment, and the ballistic shields. I just need confirmation that you all want to withdraw these. And I believe at one point in time, staff received some sort of confirmation from you that you did.
I can read what we've received if that's helpful. So I think this is the latest that we received from Mr. Slagle and Ms. Landman. It says item number 5 in the police equipment category, lines 137 through 146, remove the security camera, ballistic shields, and firearms, goggles, and bike patrol equipment from the list of reductions.
Okay. So, so all of those items we received confirmation have been withdrawn, so we don't have to talk through those. So the item that is in blue here, there were 2 items for the furniture purchase for the atrium. We just want to confirm that this is a duplicate. Okay, so we can drop one of those. Okay, so the item that is up for vote now is a decrease in the atrium project. Well, actually, Chief,
Yes,
okay,
that's
yeah, go
correct.
sit down, go sit down. The decrease in the atrium project furniture.
So, what we recognized in hearing about the timing that the RFP will be issued in July or August for the project, that it seemed unlikely that the project would go through construction and be all permitted and ready for occupancy in FY27. And as a way of simplifying things, using the same logic, perhaps the same logic as the chief used earlier this evening for the armory, delaying the armory till FY28 until this project is done. That's the same logic that we had been thinking about in decreasing the furniture purchase for FY27 and pushing it to FY28.
May I
right
just
ahead.
share with council the expected schedule currently with the mandatory referral and the permitting included. So currently, the schedule has procurement for furniture beginning in April of 2027 and ending in, I don't have the ending here, but I believe it was July. Based on our experience with the library, we actually may end up starting sooner because from, and Ms. Jones, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the delivery itself from order to delivery was 8 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. And then there was a period even after that where things were still trickling in, I think, over a period of time. And so we don't want the same experience. So we may end up beginning even earlier than April is our intent.
Right, and I would add to that too, that we, at the point at which we encumber a contract, place the order, even if there is a 8-week delay, we need it in the budget in order to execute a contract with the vendor, even if the arrival of the material, the furniture, would come later. But we would need to have the funds in FY27 to timely have that furniture for the estimated completion of the construction.
And could you explain where the furniture would be located?
Yeah,
Once installed.
The general answer is we're creating brand new locations within the police department and on the first floor. Right now, those areas are lobby, essentially, unoccupied, unusable in a lot of instances, space. Those spaces will become conference rooms and offices for our mental health counselors and then our existing dispatchers and other police staff. And so some of that furniture will be reused, but a significant portion of the new spaces will not have had any furniture, and so we'll need to purchase brand new furniture for those locations.
Okay. All right. So with that, we're going to call the question on this one. Seeing no more lights, would clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
No.
Councilmember Schlegel,
This is a yes for the decrease?
Is this a yes for the decrease?
Yes for the decrease.
Councilmember Gilbert,
No.
Councilmember Honzak,
No.
Councilmember Wesselek,
No.
Mayor Searcy.
No. Okay, we already voted on the Lincoln Ave transfer, so line 118 is a what happened?
It failed. The reduction
Correct.
failed.
Yep. I'm sorry, I was moving on to the next one. The traffic study, Lincoln Ave, we've already voted on that. That one was, I should have marked it appropriately. That one was earlier in the general fund. That was vote 11. So yeah, I marked it in one place and didn't mark it in the other. So that one has already been taken care of. So it should have been vote 11 included the decrease in the general fund balance and the increase in the red light camera fund. And the last one is the increase ballistic shielding for the council dais of 30,000.
May I ask a question? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Councilmember DeBala.
Is there funding? I guess I thought that was in this year's funding, that you were going to use these.
There's no funding for it in
Fiscal
FY
26. Okay, thank you.
This was a late addition, just not knowing, having some awareness that this is a purchase desire, not knowing where it's coming from. And frankly, a question I have is our facilities maintenance budget something that this would come from, or would this have to have a separate procurement?
There's no, it could technically be either. There's less restrictive policies for our facilities maintenance reserve than there are things like our ERR. But I think it would be an appropriate expense for facilities maintenance. But that cost is not currently included in any concept of our facility maintenance for FY27.
So I guess I'm thinking out loud. I'm leaving it up to management to decide how that is paid for, I guess, was the current situation. And I think we were trying to be helpful to say, don't forget that, we put a pin in that. Yeah.
The impact, though, will still be to the general fund because, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director Chung, but that is a reserve within the general fund. So if you include it here, we can designate it specifically from the facilities maintenance reserve, but it would still be a general fund impact.
So one question I have is just making sure, because I think it's important to minimize any public safety risks to kind of get into the weeds about this item. But was there already a plan in place to either through current line items or some expectation of future funds being made available to have the resources available in the upcoming budget or rollovers from the current budget to be able to, and Director Chung, I'm sorry I said rollover, from the current budget to be able to take care of these added security features?
I know it's been conceptualized by our emergency manager and team, but there was no specific allocation to the budget in FY27 or 26 to account for it.
Okay, so would there need to be some
Yes.
added funds? Okay.
It would be important to add the funds if we want it to occur in FY27.
Okay. Would it be better for us to guesstimate and add it to the budget now, or assume that we should just wait for a budget amendment, particularly if there is a potential for it to have to come out of the assigned reserve bucket anyway?
Deputy Chief Shabu and Director Kelly did some research. We've had this conversation with vendors already, and so they circled back and got a quick estimate. It's not a firm contractual dollar amount, but I think it's a good enough estimate to include in a budget, and if we need to come back with a budget amendment, we can absolutely do that. But I think right now we feel pretty confident in the $30,000.
And the $30,000 is being the appropriate. And with that 30, I just want to confirm that the $30,000 would need to come in the facilities maintenance, or?
It could. Yeah, but if you include it, the city manager is just saying he thinks it's a good idea. So yeah.
That's, we have a prescribed amount once council approves it for the facility maintenance reserve. Whereas with red light, as we know, that, or stop sign, we have a little less certainty in the amount of funds that might ultimately be there. So I think if it's something council really would like to do, I would recommend it come out of be tapped to the facility maintenance reserve.
Madam Mayor?
Yep.
We have made the suggestion that the red light camera fund be used because it's a public safety funding source, but I actually don't know whether it's intended for traffic safety or public safety more
Well,
generally.
red light can be used for anything.
Okay.
Stop sign is where there's a restriction.
My apologies. Okay, yeah, never mind. Never mind.
No, but I do agree with the point that the city manager has raised, and this is something that's come up before in terms of the uncertainty around the revenues that would be generated from the red light camera fund or stop line camera fund, and if this is something we want to guarantee that we can fund, and there's not a desire to wait, then we would want to wait a year or two. Then we would probably need to make sure that we go ahead and put it in the facilities maintenance. Okay. Which coming out of the general fund.
So point of order, the line 119 right now says red light camera fund, so we don't have something to vote on if we're talking about drawing from general.
What we would need to do, what you would want to do is just propose to change your item, to move it from the red light into the general fund. Yep.
So requested.
Okay, done.
So, Ron, you got that?
All right, so we're gonna take this last item from the red light camera fund and move it up into the general fund.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I want to clarify that our purpose in adding this was because we understood from the emergency management team that this was something that they considered important, not because we're trying to, sneak it in or something.
No.
To the contrary, we want to make sure that people know where the money's going if we're doing this.
Yep. No, that makes perfect sense to me.
All right. I just want to check to make sure there's no more hands. So the last item that we're voting on is to move the ballistic shielding for the council dais, to have it in the general general fund, as a general fund expenditure. Okay, and would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Wesselek,
Aye.
Councilmember Hanzak,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Yes.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. Okay, we made it before one, people. So next steps, I know that everybody wants to kind of, there was a lot of things that was covered, there's a lot of moving parts. Staff is going to take all of this and turn it into more finalized numbers that council will be able to have in terms of where we will stand in terms of our reserves and tax rate and things of that nature based on what was discussed tonight. And with that, if everybody's all right, I'm going to have us go ahead and close the meeting out, and hopefully everybody have a great night. All right? Great. Have a great night.
Good night, everybody.